Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your patience. City Commission Conference Meeting of July 5th will now begin. It'll begin as soon as okay. So, we are missing Commissioner Sturman, but I just saw him in the back. Hopefully he'll make it here shortly. So, to begin our meeting, we'll start off with the communications. We have one communication. You can't hear me, can you? I know. Is this working? Is this working? Can you hear me now? Hello? Is that better? No. Well, consider yourself better off.
No comment.
Hey. Yeah. Is this better? A little better? I'm practically biting this thing. Okay. All right. So let us begin with the only communication we have, which is from the Budget Advisory Board meeting, and they sent over several different communications to the City Commission. The first had to do with the funding scenario for the water treatment plant. I didn't know that was still an issue.
So, Mr. Mayor, they provided that feedback, and you also became aware of it because that was discussed last time.
Right.
And this is more of a formality, and we have to present that to you all as to what were their conversations for you all to consider.
Okay, and is this the funding mechanism that we intend to approve?
I believe you all provided direction to go with option 1 instead of 3.
Right, because it would be like I think Commissioner Herbst pointed out, it'd be a shorter term obligation than the longer term, and the longer term would have required us to pay like $100 million more in interest or something like that.
Correct. So we took note of that, and that is the direction we received, and that's what we're fulfilling.
Okay.
Everything else remains the same.
Okay. And then there's an issue here regarding the fire assessment fee. They voted 6-0 to increase it to full recovery. I believe the budget, as proposed by you, does propose increasing. I think it's like $10 or $12 or something like that.
Yes, it does take into consideration the same thing, correct?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's an annual fee, not a monthly fee.
That is
correct?
an annual fee, yes.
Right. Okay. And then finally, the motion made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Maccarelli, to keep the ad valorem rate at the current rate of, I think it's 4.1193.
Yes, the same for 17 years.
And Mr. Lowe voted against that. Is he here?
I don't believe he is.
Well, I want to know why he voted against it. But we'll save that for another time. Okay, any questions or comments? I see the Budget Advisory Board has representatives here. Any comments or questions? Thank you. Yes.
I think I have a question. Just for scenario, the math, if the millage rate was raised by 0.2%, from 4.1 to 3, something like that.
4.3, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
How much would that?
How much money would that give us?
Generate for the?
I don't know. I don't know if they know that number off the top of their head.
Laura's coming to the podium. Vice Mayor, can you rephrase that one more time? Just want to make sure I capture that question.
My question is, considering an increase in the millage rate, if we increase from what is
Instead
the
of
current?
4.1 to 4.3, how much would those 0.2%?
Yes.
Would that generate in terms of income to the city? Laura has her abacus out there, and she's going to.
Hi, Vice Mayor. So 0.1 of a mil would generate approximately 5 million in revenue. So what was the amount that you wanted? I was trying to listen.
About 2 points.
0.2?
0.2.
0.2, yes.
0.2 would be 10 million, around 10.4 million.
Okay. All righty.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions?
And that's on page 60 of your budget book in case you have that handy.
Right.
Thanks.
Any other questions of the commission to the Budget Advisory Board? Okay, there being none, let's proceed to Business 1, Business Boulevard at US 1 Gateway Interchange, a project update. Who will be making this presentation? Is that Mr. Rogers? Is FDOT here?
Yeah, FDOT, we have reps from FDOT that are going to talk about their activities with outreach, and if you could approach the podium.
And everyone has that handout?
Yes, we received that handout on Monday, and as soon as we received it, we provided it to you all.
Okay.
This is from FDOT.
Who will be making the presentation? Oh, Ben. Turn the mic on, please. Okay.
There we go.
we
Good
go.
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. Ben Rogers, Director of Transportation Mobility. A little winded from that sprint down here, Mayor.
It was downhill.
So FDOT is here today to talk about the Gateway Interchange project. As you know, the interchange is extremely dynamic with a lot of impacts on both north-south and east-west movements. They've been working through a project development of 6 phases, the planning phase being first, and right now they're in the second phase, which is the PD&E study portion. So they're going to talk to you about their public outreach efforts, what the project entails, some of the feedback they have, and look for feedback from the commission so that we can continue moving forward with this project.
All right, great, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. Generally, I am Adam Naeem. I am the FDOT project manager for this planning study. Just as a general comment to everybody, FDOT has undertaken this study more than a few years in advance of construction. This is the planning study portion, separated by the design and eventually onto construction. So what we're really doing is going to all of the surrounding neighborhoods in the area of the Gateway intersection and really soliciting feedback so that way we come to a shared vision for what the Gateway intersection is. It's a pretty substantial and highlighted intersection of importance to the city, to FDOT, to the Broward MPO, as well as Broward County. And we have a short presentation with some of the options that we've been researching thus far.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Cejas. I'm a consultant for the Florida Department of Transportation. I have a short presentation for you today. This is a summary of the presentation that we recently did to the public at our workshops. Why is it not advancing? I did. Oh, that one. Okay. All right, so here's an agenda of the topics I'm going to cover. I'm going to cover all these relatively quickly, so I'm not going to spend time on this slide. So getting to it. Our team, you already met Adam and myself. Nelson's with me here as well. If there's any detailed questions, he'll be helping me as well today. Our partners, Adam mentioned who they are. Of course, the MPO, you, and Broward County. And just so you know, the state has a partnership with the Federal Highway Administration and with all PD&E studies, and this basically is just referring to that. Essentially, FDOT leads all these PD&E studies. So a little bit about the project. I think you're all familiar with it, but this highlights the limits of the study. Even though we're focused on the primary intersection of US 1 and Sunrise Boulevard, we are going on the west from 15th to the north to 13th, and we did extend across to the Middle River. That's primarily from a traffic perspective and for any potential improvements associated with the intersection and in any intersections on either side of the primary intersection. Project timeline, you can see where we are. This is our workshop. We had a kickoff. We recently passed the workshop, so we're just past the workshop stage. We're gonna have another workshop coming up around in October. In this workshop, we intended to get from 13 concepts to 9 alternatives, which I'm presenting, down to the top 3. So hopefully after today, we can narrow these down to our top 3 alternatives. We'll refine those, and then as we move forward into the next workshop in October, we'll try to select one recommended alternative. And you can see more or less when we'll be completing the study, and then that'll be followed by a design phase. If there's right-of-way acquisition, that happens during the design phase as well, and then ultimately out into construction and out in 2027. So quickly, every one of these PD&E studies, we have to produce what's called a purpose and need. It's the focus of the study. You can see the purpose is to focus on the capacity of the intersection, but we're also going to be focusing on some of the other deficiencies at the intersection as well. So the needs, I'm not going to go through all of them, but they're self-explanatory. These are both emergency evacuation routes. Modal interrelationships means we have to design for all the modes, bike, ped, transit, freight, and so forth. Capacity is both, automobile and pedestrian. Demand just means we got to look at the future demand. We take that into account in all the analysis that we do. We do have a big safety deficiency on these. We have some high crash segments and nodes within the study limits, and that is one of the primary needs for the study. So I'll get to the alternatives. This is the fun part here. Before I get into the actual alternatives, you can see there, focus on the red lines. That delineates the area that we have available to us that is public right away. Anything beyond that would require acquisition into private land. So you can see some of the areas near the intersection are the narrowest. We only have 100 feet. Once you get beyond the intersection, typically we have a little bit more space. So that does impact what we can do at the intersection. So these are the 9 alternatives that we considered. I'm not going to read all these because we're going to go through them each one by one, but that kind of defines each of them, the terminology that we're using for each of the 9 alternatives that we presented to the public. And then before I get to them,
Wait.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is the first time this has been presented to us, so can you kind of go back to that slide?
Sure.
I know this was given to us on Monday, but
Okay.
we weren't around on Monday, so
Okay.
let's just take a second.
All right. I'll spend a little time on it if you want.
Well, I just want to see what you're considering.
Okay. The first one is basically a no build, which is the do nothing. Then there's one that we call TSMNO, Transportation System Management. It's a low cost improvement, typically the best that you can do without reconstructing the intersection. Then we have a series of at grade alternatives, and there'll be diagrams of all these as I go through it. We call them triple left at grade. Then we have a downstream left, which I'll describe in more detail what that means. Then we have one that's an upstream left. We move the left turns in the other direction. We have the roundabouts, both with elevated and with a below grade. And then we have a T intersection with both an elevated and a below grade. That summarizes it. And I'll go through each one in much more detail, but that gives you a sense.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And these are the factors that we typically consider as we evaluate the alternatives. And so here we go. Basically, the no build is do nothing. You could see there the right of way as I described it. It would remain as is. And you can see on the left there, we created like a little summary table. This is going to be common to all the alternatives as I go through it, so you can compare each to the other. You can see the main factors there are cost. You can see that this would have no cost. It would have no physical right-of-way impacts. However, it does maintain significant delay to the intersections. Basically, that's how we measure the operations. That's the measure that we use in the traffic world. It's the accumulative delay at the intersection for vehicles when they're at the intersection. We also measure the vehicle throughput. And again, this was all done using future volumes. And then we summarize the basic bike pedestrian facilities which remain out there, which are 6-foot sidewalks is all you have out there. So as we go through the alternatives, you can compare to this no build or do nothing, because it's usually that's what we use this for. Even though this alternative is always an option that will move forward potentially, it usually uses the measuring stick to compare the other alternatives. So alternative 2 is, as I said earlier, is the TSMNO, Transportation System Management. The big thing to focus on here are the 2 different colors in gray. The darker gray there is the areas where we would be widening, and the lighter gray is where we would keep the existing intersection. And you can see there that we keep a lot of the existing intersection in the light gray, but as you get near the node or central part of the intersection, we would propose to widen, essentially adding lanes, making triple left turn lanes and triple right turn lanes. We'd also be, it's hard to see there, but on the bottom you could see in blue is the shared use paths. We are proposing shared use paths adjacent to the entire roadway. So actually by widening up on the bottom side, let's say on the eastbound, by shifting everything up, we actually create a little bit more space on the bottom near those properties and businesses there, so we can fit a shared use path. So literally, we're shifting the road a little bit to the north.
Sharing with whom?
Well, the shared use path is a bike and pedestrian facility, could use it. Bikes can still go on the street, but let's say you want to stroll on your bike, it's a wider path, 12 plus feet, so you could either ride your bike or you could walk in a wider path. What's there today is a 5 and 6 foot sidewalk.
Right. So is this part of the road or is this part of the sidewalk, the blue?
It's part of the sidewalk.
Okay.
But it'd be part of the project, but yes, it's the sidewalk. So blue is basically a wide sidewalk. It has the curb and a wide sidewalk.
Right.
And then the gray is the asphalt. The green are the median areas that would remain. And actually with this alternative, we actually are eliminating to some extent those large green areas that exist today within the intersection. So we're kind of widening into those areas. And that's how we're able to keep more or less the existing footprint. And that's why actually if you look at the cost, this is the cheapest of the alternatives, because you're trying to keep as much as what's there and modify what's there.
You mentioned the gray was widening. I'm looking at it here. Gray is,
Dark gray,
or the dark gray. Okay, the light gray is resurfacing only,
Yes.
but the dark gray is where you widen.
correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So, for instance, making 2 right-hand lanes going westbound, as a typical example.
Yeah, there would be, well, you can see today that's a very large radius turn, if you recall. And so we've tightened it up and made it more of a compact T to slow the vehicles down, and basically made it a triple right turn lane. So we gain additional capacity because all the movements are signalized with this concept. Either the right turns, you have to stop. Obviously, the left turns and the throughs, you have to stop. So every movement has to stop and be served by the signal. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes sense, but you're talking about the dark gray area on Sunrise going north, correct?
The most dark gray that you see there is on the southbound. For the other one, it's just minor widening. If you look for the going north, there is some dark gray there, but it's
Right.
widening into that green area in the median.
Right. So are you adding a lane?
We are adding left, well, for that movement, if you look at what's out there, it's hard to describe, but there are 3 left turns, but they're very short. This would provide full-length 3 left turn lanes. So we're
Right. But
extending the left
I'm
turn
going right. I'm not going left.
lane. For the right going south
No,
to
no.
west.
For the right going north. We're going west on Sunrise.
Oh, yes, that's now going to be 2 lanes instead of 1.
And what's the purpose of that? Because I take that all the time, and I never see. I'm able to get through there with 1 light change. I never have to wait.
Yeah, it's not a big problem today, but we're designing, all these numbers are being run for the future. So we design for a 20-year, we're designing for the year 2045. So we have to accommodate the 2045-year demand. And the only way we could accommodate that demand is to provide that movement with dual rights. And ultimately what happens at these intersections, and we all know this, you only have a certain amount of green time that you allocate to each movement. And eventually, you have to distribute that to all different movements. So by making that movement dual right, we have more green to give the triple left.
So when you say green, the thing is, I see what you did in front of Searstown, and we're constantly taking away greenery. We're taking away grass. We took away all those trees, and all because of the motor vehicle. Like the car is the king in Fort Lauderdale, and at some point we've got to realize that we don't want to keep snipping away at these green spaces, because that going north now, those 2 right lanes that you just talk about, you're going to cut away at that green space that's in front of the bank. And, it's green space. And, we don't want to lose that. And are you going to put those trees back on Federal Highway that you took down? I mean, these are the kinds of things that we see and we appreciate. And those were mature trees. And I mean, what we got to make sure that we don't keep marginalizing the green space in order to accommodate the motor vehicle.
Understood. You want to say something?
But Mayor, I believe there is an entire landscape plan coming forward from FDOT that we're working on right now.
Is there?
Around Searstown, yes, that's in the works right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So to further elaborate on that, part of this study will be also looking at the existing trees and how we can actually accommodate the existing trees and repurpose them, but also enhance other things, not just the vehicular demand as well. What if we need shade trees? we could probably work on what's the optimal use of the green space that could benefit not just vehicular traffic and not just highlight it as a good to see or good to have, but also have it be a functional part of the roadway itself and sidewalk.
Okay, but shade trees are always good.
And for a little bit of background on this one, part of the feedback we got from the public at the kickoff meeting was some people didn't like the green areas. So this would be an option that would.
Some people did not like the
Yeah,
green areas?
and it wasn't because they didn't like the green areas per se. They were concerned that it was being used by individuals soliciting drivers and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So this alternative takes away green area. You're going to see the other alternatives that we have. We keep the green area.
Thank you.
And as a summary, it looks like the biggest effect on alternative number 2 is adding 3 left-hand lanes southbound, turning left to eastbound. That's the biggest lane change, correct? Okay.
Yes, and the dual rights that were described earlier.
Right, that we mentioned a minute ago,
Yes,
right.
correct.
Okay.
They pretty much all do the same. You'll see. Let's get to the next alternative. This one actually is similar to TSM&O. The only difference is rather than try to keep what we have and widen, we're reconstructing the entire intersection. In other words, we're saying assume that you can modify everything that's out there. If we reconstructed it entirely, what would it look like? Configuration-wise, it's very similar, but it allows you to reconstruct the intersection the way that we need to, and it allows us to maintain larger green areas. The disadvantage of the prior one is since we were widening and trying to minimize the costs, we were taking away the green areas. This one actually, you could see, has potential for greater green areas. But configuration-wise, it's basically a T with the additional lanes. This next one, what it does is it shifts the left turn. You can see further towards the bank property that's there. And the concept there is, is there an ability to gain additional capacity for that large left turn movement by shifting it? Now, the downside is we create 2 intersections. We impact additional green area. It does have some traffic benefits, but it also has some negatives associated with it. And we try to, you'll see later on, we try to address those in a matrix. We're going to summarize what we're going to compare so you can do the trade-offs for different alternatives. Everything else is similar. You have the similar dual rights and triple lefts. The main difference is shifting the left turn to gain additional storage space for the left turns. And you can see there the costs and the other factors increasing a little bit.
I mean, if I'm reading you correctly, again, this one's going eastbound to making that left northbound onto Sunrise.
Correct.
That third lane, usually you can't even get access to, and this is giving you, like, what do you call it, storage space, so you could fill up that third lane.
Right. This extends it east and then it improves it on the west a little bit.
Okay.
This one does the opposite with the left. It shifts it in the other direction. It shifts it actually to the west. The idea behind these, you may have seen out there diverging diamond interchanges. The concept is you take the left turns away, the conflict from the intersection where they both have to cross each other. And what it does is it moves the crossing point up north. And you can see basically they cross further up north. And so if you have enough space, this can provide operational benefits by transferring the conflict point further to the north. However, in the case of this intersection I described earlier, the right-of-way is limited as we get to the north. So if we can't push it much more than that without acquiring a lot of right-of-way to the north. So operationally, you can see it didn't quite perform as well as we thought. And so again, that's why we go through the exercise. We design it, we evaluate it, and we see if it makes sense here. So this one didn't operate ideally. The other disadvantage of this is there's that short distance of wrong-way driving, so to speak, near the intersection, which is not desirable. So, but we put it out there as an option. This is looked at sometimes when you're trying to solve the left turn conflicts at an intersection. So,
And adding another traffic signal there, too.
right. And that traffic signal is not in an ideal location. That's actually the point where the bank access is. So that's not a good place to provide that either. Okay, the next one is the roundabout. We got 2 back-to-back roundabouts. This one is the roundabout with the flyover. This is very similar to what you saw before in the planning study, but what we did is we modified it slightly. Operationally, it's the same, but we tried to make it better in the sense is that we actually shifted the circle away from the bank property a little bit. I don't know if you recall from way back, the impacts to the bank were significantly more. So we shifted it to try to minimize. And then we also made the flyover structure shorter by putting the flyover through those green areas and try to get up and down as soon as possible. So we shortened the bridge, I think, by like 500 feet. So again, it's the best that we could do with the roundabout and the flyover. Again, operationally, it's similar to what you saw before. One of the issues with the roundabout, I think you all know it's not signal controlled, it's yield control, but multi-lane roundabouts require that you have some type of PED activation signal when the pedestrians cross the legs. And so that would create challenges here because you would have to have some type of PED activation, which means we're showing here the hawk. It could be either this hawk signal or it could be a signal, but you would need signals for pedestrians to activate. Well, as you know, if pedestrians are activating signals on all the legs of the roundabout, and the roundabout's supposed to work with a yield, it doesn't work very well if you have pedestrians pushing the button and creating a red light there. So that's the problem with multi-lane roundabouts. The single-lane roundabouts don't have this issue. It's not a requirement, but multi-lane roundabouts have that requirement. So, and so here's basically this is the same alternative as the prior, except rather than going up and over, we're going under. So this shows you how an underpass would work. Basically, you would approach the intersection, and rather going up, you would drop down, go under the circle essentially, and pop up going northbound. Operationally, it's essentially the same. And you can see the costs go up substantially once you go, below grade. And it has all different types of challenges. As you know, there'd be utility impacts, issues associated with drainage and flooding and so forth we would have to deal with. And so if you recall, the T intersection did quite well. So we said, well, how about if we kind of hybridize and you take the flyover and put it with the T? And so this was that alternative 3 that I described earlier, which was essentially an at-grade improved T. But rather than put that triple left, as I described earlier, the vehicles would go up and over the intersection instead. Okay. And then the inverse of that, didn't go. Yeah, that's it. It would be just going under instead of over. So the left turn going northbound instead of going over would go under. Everything else is the same as the T above. And you can see, again, the costs go up significantly with this alternative. So one of the things that we do...
Go back to two. You
sure.
just still keep one left-hand lane at grade.
Yes.
For the bank?
Yes.
Okay.
And anybody else, maybe the bank and the next couple properties, because if they do the flyover over the underpass, they got to weave all the way across, 2 or 3 lanes, and you don't want vehicles doing that. So they'll already be on the right side.
So with an overpass, you're still not eliminating that left. You're still going to need a left-hand lane for those properties. So
Correct.
it's not totally eliminating it. Okay.
Correct. And I don't know if you saw the roundabout maintained it with a single lane in the roundabout.
Yeah,
Similarly,
I saw that. Yeah.
Similarly. So it's the same concept.
Right.
Okay. So this is an evaluation matrix, kind of the main factors, so you can compare, and you can see towards the left they tend to do better, and towards the right they're a little bit worse. Again, there's some trade-offs there. And so when we did the workshop with the public, we actually paused, and I went through these questions with them, and we asked them to fill out, what they thought, and after they gave us comments during, just like you did, where they had questions and comments, but we wanted to get it down on paper. So we have some preliminary results, and the majority, actually the vast majority, wanted something at grade for question number 1. Question number 2, alternatives 2 and 3 ranked the highest, and then after that it was kind of a split. It was hard to decide. And then the reasons were mostly combination of factors. Would they modify or delete? I think the majority said no. They gave us some minor suggestions, which we took into account. When it comes to the bike facilities, majority wanted a shared use paths instead of on-street bike lanes, which is what we show here in the drawing. And then we didn't show it here, but we had some concepts for 20th Avenue for modifying access, and they didn't want to do that. It just made conditions worse, but we put it out there. And the reason for that is 20th Avenue, as you know, is right next to the main intersection. So we looked at options if, hey, we restrict some of these turns, we could benefit the main intersection. But by trying to solve this problem, we were just making things worse, taking vehicles through the neighborhood rather than through there. So, and most people didn't want that. So that's what happened with 20th. So that summarizes the feedback that we got from the public.
Very good. Ben, did you want to add to this at all? Ben Rogers?
Well, could you before you move on, what was the community's thought regarding bicycles, shared versus, go back to that slide.
They
for a
want,
second.
they said to put the bikes on the sidewalks instead of on the street.
Instead of a dedicated bike lane.
It's
they-
not instead of, because, there's certain bicyclists would still stay on the street. They have the right to drive on the street. In other words, the bicyclists that are more confident can stay on the street, but anybody else can be on the shared use path as you described. So the majority would probably be on the shared use path, but others could stay on the street. They just wouldn't have their own bicycle lane.
Yeah, but shared use means shared use with pedestrians, not the
Correct.
share way, the bikes sharing a lane with the cars.
Correct. Shared use is like on the sidewalk.
Sharrows.
Oh, I hate the share rows. And that, okay.
Just further on that thought, FHWA has developed a criteria essentially on really certain volumes of roadway. The indication now is for separation of bicyclists from the roadway given a certain volume. In this specific area, this meets the criteria and then some. So the vast majority of the community really wanted a solution to the bike ped issue, as well as really connectivity at the end of the day. And we do have a lot of businesses in the area, and the best way to really marry the vehicular considerations as well as the considerations of the community was to really see how we can highlight the pedestrian activity and really bring it to some of the businesses as well. So really, this isn't just helping from a vehicular standpoint, it's also helping from an economic and from a safety issue as well.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention when I looked at the alternatives that we actually made the pedestrian crossing safer at this intersection. We made it, by making it more compact, we reduced the crossing distance. So there are quite a few pedestrian and cycle improvements at the intersection. Even though we tend to talk about the broader issue of how we're improving it for automobiles, we are making substantial improvements for bikes and peds.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? Because I have a couple. Anyone on the commission?
Well, I did just want to
It is your district.
Thank you, Mayor. So, gentlemen, thank you for the work. I did, as you know, attend one of the virtual sessions. I was just wondering if you could help me. My pen just got a little run out of whatever, and what were the choices of the public when you did the poll? I think I'm okay now, but thank you.
1 or 2 or 3? No, not 1.
No.
Not 1, 2 or 3, right?
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 or 3.
2 or 3. Okay. So I'm just curious in terms of next steps. So first of all,
Yes.
we went from 9. Are you going to still focus on maybe 2, 3, or 4 alternatives and flesh them out even further as we move down this process?
Yes, we're going to pick 3. It appears the 2 that everybody picked and I think are the best that we're going to go with. We got to pick now a third. We're going to take those 3. We're going to evaluate them, refine them based on the feedback that we got, evaluate them in a little bit further detail, do a little bit more engineering, get the cost a little bit more refined, and then we're going to come back in October with those 3.
And from your professional standpoint, are you pleased that the public input said alternative 2 or 3?
Yes.
Was that a solid yes? I couldn't.
Yeah, I can further elaborate on that. We had a variety of different options, and really, this was a pretty creative intersection when it was built, and it's going to take a pretty creative solution to bridge all the avenues to get to some sort of approximation of a shared vision. So the at-grade seems to be the most bought into the community from a existing feature standpoint. Gateway is Gateway for a reason. It has its own place in Fort Lauderdale history, and the at-grade at least preserves it while also achieving what the department really wanted to look at, which was improving vehicular throughput while also improving the bike ped.
Thank you. How many people actually responded to that poll?
So we're still getting comments in. We gave a period of time for respondents to comment, and I believe I received maybe 5 or 6 additional pieces of mail today. So we have high 20s currently, but really this is more of a refined process, and we're really soliciting the information of the community, and we're actively asking for their feedback.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, Mayor.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one last comment. I mean, my thought was an overpass would be very nice if it eliminated that whole cycle and that made it shorter. You didn't have to make that left turn. But no matter how you slice it, if you have an overpass, you're still going to need that left-hand lane going eastbound onto. So No matter what, you're not going to eliminate that cycle altogether with an overpass, correct?
That's correct.
There's no way around that.
Correct. Now,
Okay.
one thing you can think about it, maybe think about it this way. We had that alternative, if you recall, that was the ag grade T with the flyover. Let's say we went with alternative, have to be 3. We can design that in the future, you could fit that flyover in there without major disruption. In other words, we can geometrically design it, taking into account that future flyover footprint, so that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, whenever you hit that point that you say, I want the flyover, it doesn't preclude the flyover. So it could be designed to accommodate the flyover. And that might be helpful because at least you're not locking yourself in.
But still, the people going, for instance, eastbound, going southbound, making that left turn, are still going to have to wait for traffic. You're not eliminating that northbound traffic on that light, so it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ultimately it'll be how they do the timing, but when we do the simulation, that movement actually doesn't do very well because we give everybody else green time and then very little green time, which is probably in reality what you would do. You wouldn't, but ultimately, you'd have to balance that, how much green time do you want to give them? Because it's true, the more green time you give them, you're taking it away from everybody else.
That concludes my remarks.
Okay, great. Just a couple things. I noticed on your evaluation matrix that most of the negative and neutral comments are in your last 4 alternatives, which are the overpass and the underpass. I don't know why that is, but I personally feel that the at-grade alternatives are probably the least impactful in terms of cost and visual impact and all of that. I'm always very concerned about overpasses because overpasses tend to obscure the vision of people when they're driving, and it kind of takes away from the retail. And you're putting restaurants under a bridge, and it's just everywhere I've seen this in our city, it's never a good thing. So from my point of view, I just feel that if we ever go that far where we feel we have to do an alternative roadway, an underpass would be better for us than an overpass. But
Just to clarify, I misspoke. It could be the underpass too with that T. In other words, when I said overpass,
so later if you
we leave the footprint there
Right.
and leave the space for it.
Okay. And I don't want FDOT to be afraid of underpasses. We do have a tunnel in Fort Lauderdale, and it has worked really, really well for the last 60 years. So we shouldn't be afraid of that. Okay. Okay. So I have no further questions, no comments. I have no one signed up to speak. You're the only 2 that signed up to speak. So, all right. Well, thank you so much, and continue in your good work. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Who's that? Oh, yes.
I have a request
Yes, sir.
from some of the for the presenter. If you can take the legislative review up front, because we have a variety of people that are here for that.
Okay. Sure.
If you allow that, it can serve best for
Okay.
them.
All right. CF1 legislative update. Who's here to make that presentation?
Daphne.
Oh, Daphne. Okay. So it's not Daphne that needs it now. It's other people in the audience that need it now?
Correct. We have a variety of people that are here to
Okay.
present for you all.
It's our legislative delegation. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Daphne Sainville, Government Affairs Manager. I wanted to give a brief overview as to what went on during this 2023 session. But with me, I have special guests from on the federal side that I would like to present a federal update before getting into the state update with Senator Pizzo, Representative Dunkley, and Representative Darrell Campbell.
Great. Is Mary Peliquin still in the audience? Mary, your sign-in sheet got mixed in with Business 3, so I apologize for not calling you up. Did you want to? I'm sorry? But you were signed up for Business 1. You're not, okay, because it got, okay. So you're here for Business 3? Okay. Sorry. Please proceed.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, for having me today and our entire government officials here today. My name's Edward Mejia, and I'm a district representative for the office of U.S. Congresswoman Shayla Shafros-McCormick's office. Today, I'm here to discuss our legislative success within the past year, such as creating economic opportunity, over $121 million in community initiative support letters to fight for funding to support local school districts, transportation services, healthcare services, and first responders. $5 million for safety improvements was delivered to Broward Metropolitan Organization for countywide safety improvements to prevent roadway deaths and serious injuries for safety improvements. Recently announced a $15.4 million grant for Broward County from the first ever round of funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act's New Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program to help reduce train vehicle collisions. And as well, fixing the housing crisis. Over $32 million requested this year to tackle the housing crisis in District FL20, including $3.9 million in rent and mortgage assistance and $3 million to more than double the capacity for a Broward County overnight homeless shelter. Introduced the Federal Disaster Housing Stability Act of 2023, which could help renters and homeowners under the roofs in times of disaster. The historic flooding that hit the heart of Florida's 20th Congressional District in April 2023 was a reminder that we must be proactive about protecting the financial security of American families confronting the climate crisis, as well preserving families and saving lives. Introduced the Disposable Ends Product Enforcement Act of 2023 to keep dangerous disposable vapes away from children. Introduced the Access to AEDs Act to help schools keep kids safe from sudden cardiac arrest. As well, protecting our vets. As a Democratic leader for the Veterans Affairs Subcommittee of Technology Modernization for the 118th Congress, Congresswoman Shafros-McCormick is committed to delivering on our promises to the veterans who sacrificed it all. Introduced the Healthy Foundations for Homeless Veterans Act to help make sure every veteran has a home. And as well, protecting our seniors. Fought to protect seniors from devastating Social Security and Medicare cuts, and supported legislation that capped insulin at $35 per month. And that's all for today, Commissioner.
Oh, great, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Thank you so much.
You all have a great
And give
day.
our best to the Congresswoman.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Anyone else wish to speak?
All right. Okay, as we continue, before we get to the representatives that are here, I wanted to first say thank you to them. We received significant amounts of funding this year, better than we did last year. I think we were very successful with our appropriations requests. For our education enrichment program, we received $704,836. It was sponsored by Representative Williams and Senator Osgood, who could not be present today. We had our firms are present today: Ruben Turnbull, Eric's Consultants, and Ron Book, PA. Capital City could not be present, but the four firms definitely worked hard to give us our appropriations. We thank Representative Dunkley and Senator Osgood for the community court program funding at $100,000. And we thank Representative Lamarca and Senator Pizzo for our Galt Ocean Mile Street Safety Improvement Project at $500,000. We thank Representative Campbell and Senator Osgood for our Carter Park improvements that made it into the budget, unfortunately was vetoed, and that was at $272,500.
Does that conclude your remarks?
For appropriations.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just ask a question about that? So we received as a city a total in appropriations from the city of $1.3 million?
$1.3 million.
From the state, I'm sorry.
From the state, yes, correct.
And that's considered good?
Considering the fact that last year we had 4 projects, 3 of them were vetoed, and we only received $1 million for 1 project. We received funding for 4 projects this year, received 3 out of the 4. This is considered very, very good.
Do we know how that stacks up against other municipalities in South Florida and maybe Florida in general?
I would defer that question to one of my firms, but we can find out how that stacks up. But for us, with the request that we made, this is significant progress from in the past.
I guess I just don't see it that way, but I'm glad you do. Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Also, I have a question if we could get, in regards to the veto for Carter Park funding, if we could get a explanation or just a summary of what happened. of
Okay.
what we believe happened.
I will defer that to Representative Campbell.
Well, good afternoon,
Good
Mayor,
afternoon.
Vice Mayor, members of this esteemed commission board. So in Tallahassee, as you know, it's not an easy trout. I was able to secure 9.9 million into the budget to begin. After the veto pen, we were able to secure 7.5 million after that with the 5 cities that I oversee. Regarding Carter Park, there was no explanation on why they cut it or why the governor cut it. We were working prior to and after to ensure that we got that into the budget. We worked with the governor's office. My assumption in what the feeling has been is that they felt that that is something that they can be, that money can be received out of the FEMA budget. But, you know, as far as the reason behind, the real reason why they're cutting our appropriations, you know, is very a political forced environment that we're in right now. And so we worked really, really hard to make sure that that stayed. One of the things that we recognize in my office is that the relationships really do matter. And as I stand before you today, I'm a freshman there, and so building relationships is still a process that is continually ongoing. We see some of our missteps as far as what we need to do on the front end to really build some stronger relationships with the governor's office, and we plan to continue to do that. I know that that's not a pleasing thing to say, but it is the reality of the fact that this is what we're in right now. And so my office is very dedicated, and we're really working on the front end to really make sure that we prevent some of these issues moving forward in the next session that we have coming up. We have already started doing that. One of the major things that we were able to do this session was able to pass a very sickle cell bill that allocates $6 million towards the state in building infrastructures focused on high concentrated areas. As we know, Broward, Miami, and Palm Beach are high concentrated areas for individuals with sickle cell disease. This now creates 10 facilities up and down the state where individuals can receive that treatment. So we are, you know, working on the front end, seeing where we can win at, and really picking up the slack where we can't. And so coming here, standing before you, working with you prior to, I met with a few of y'all, and I'm looking forward to meet with the commissioners that I didn't get a chance to meet because you weren't in office at the time. But I'm looking forward to kind of work with you and build on some relationships and figuring out ways that we can get around some of the things that we're seeing that's occurring at the state level.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Anyone else have any questions of the representative? I guess not. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
No, thank you.
I would like to now introduce Senator Pizzo. He has some updates when it comes to the housing bill, the sovereign immunity bill, and other pieces of legislation that this commission did find important to discuss earlier this session.
Thank you.
Hello, Senator.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. The short answer to your question is no. With 412 municipalities and 67 counties and a population of about 183,000, no, you're not getting even a scintilla of what you should be getting. The fact that we're getting anything in this very cantankerous atmosphere is a testament to your lobbyists. There is absolute acrimony and vitriol at all different stages, except the dynamic is going to change for good or for bad. And what I mean by that is the aspirations of others are sort of clearing out, and we have it on good word from the incoming leadership for the next session and the session that follows that this is our house, so to speak, and we're going to do our own thing. Rather bittersweet during the flooding that we had on an April evening. I just called to check in to see how everyone was doing, and Mr. Chaveri and I then had 97 texts and 4.5 hours of phone conversations with the emergency management director. But in my office, coming to say goodbye at the end, Senate President, and he spent 6.5 hours in my office. And what we gleaned out of that is I'll be the incoming Senate Minority Leader for the 25 and 26 term. was that a lot of the resources that are generated to have a $117 billion budget come from places like Fort Lauderdale. And you guys have suffered, quite frankly and candidly, as part of the culture wars. And that's really where we are. A population of one of my other 20 cities of Lighthouse Point, with a population of a little over 10,000, maybe 8% of the size of Fort Lauderdale, I was able to secure $1 million for. So to get 130, 140%, and when your population is 183,000, no, you're not. That's a short answer. We had a number of bills. I'm famous and I guess notorious sometimes for killing bad ones. This is the 5th year in a row that I killed the short-term rental bill at the very last minute on the floor. Senator DeSeglia had brought back the House version, which did 2 very bad things. It left almost complete discretion to the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. And knowing firsthand, having had Surfside in my district prior, they only have 50 agents for the entire state for 1.6 million condos. They are not equipped to handle short-term rentals at all. And that would have preempted all of that licensure and all of that suspension, and would have imposed upon you a 15-day, do it or get off the pot requirement on short-term rental licensing. It would have been a fee of $200 you would have been able to collect even for a group of homes. I proposed a bill, and I think we're going to find some conflation of the two, where I'd like your insurance companies and mortgage companies and the local government to determine whether or not that a home has been properly inspected before it's put out to be let, before it's put out to be rented for short-term rental. We've killed it in the last few years because they couldn't reconcile the issue of the Florida statute requires that 60 days or more over a 2-year period that you rent out your house, you lose your homestead exemption. And no one thought about that when they were racing to give everybody short-term rental licenses. On the Housing Bill 102, and I'll get into 154 if you want on condos, but we're having a number of town halls on those. On 102, as it relates to cities like Fort Lauderdale, you need to be mindful of the following. Any major transit stop, within a half-mile radius of a major transit stop, the parking requirement goes way down, as if no one has cars or they have flying machines or they're all pedestrians. But within 1 mile...
I'm noticing a sense of cynicism in your voice, Senator. Am I mistaken that?
There's some great parts of the bill. And that's,
okay.
And that's really the theme for the past few sessions has been, I'll give you a perfect example. The Public Safety Act. You might hear it and translate it in the news as permitless carry. The other half of that bill is excellent. It extends the same sort of guardian programs and SRO programs and safety programs for private schools that we do have for public schools. The other half of the bill is usually what makes the news. There's some great parts. There's $250 million that goes into SHIP and another large chunk that goes into sale for housing. It also kills rent control, of which I am not an advocate at all. I believe in supply and demand. And I believe that a greater housing inventory will yield prices just like we'll see with autos. But on the housing front, to be mindful is that any proposed project within a 1-mile radius of the highest density allowed within that 1 mile is permitted in that project area. And that is some concerns because it does not give a nice, what a planner might call transitional boundaries between. So you can have skyscraper, and then you can have residential homes, and you can have another skyscraper. That's things to be mindful of.
So how do they deal with that in their homes, in their hometowns? I mean, clearly they have the same issues. How do they not see the impact that that's going to have?
The leadership dynamic of the House and the Senate are composed of people who have, and bully for them, long driveways in more bucolic rural areas. They don't have high rises. I am the only member of the 40 state senators in the state of Florida that lives in a condo. And so after filing 3 consecutive years of condo legislation that nobody had an interest in, even intellectually, it took a building collapsing in my district, killing 98 of my constituents before everyone decided we should do something about condos. And so it's sort of out of sight, out of mind. A lot of this state, and I give a map out as a gift to all of my colleagues every year, and it shows the size of their district with their name in it. And you can barely make out mine without a magnifying glass, even though we all have 550, 560,000 constituents. We're just so densely populated. And places like Fort Lauderdale, you're going vertical, you're not obviously expanding. So they reconcile it by not having that problem whatsoever.
But they can't see it intellectually. They can't have sit back and close their eyes and say, gee, that might impact the neighborhoods.
They did, and it I want to say softened to some extent and became a little bit more We buttress the sections where local government still has control. The fire marshal can still say, no, you can't have a building that high, or sprinkler systems and traffic control. If you have trip generations and you have a 26-foot wide crowned road, you can't handle 500 units onto that street. So if the infrastructure doesn't allow for it, here's the other thing, and I ask these questions because typically my utility is laying a record. If you don't have sewer and water capacity, then they'd have to pay either to upgrade it, replace it, or build a new one. And if the project doesn't call for it or doesn't allow for it, doesn't pencil out, then that's basically one of your defenses.
So we have to go through a backdoor approach to trying to prevent overdevelopment that impose threats to our single-family home environments, which makes no sense to me. Why do we have to jump through hoops when we have rules in place that have really worked very, very well over these decades? And just because, I mean, who's pushing this? Is it a builder's lobbyist? Who pushed this? Who asked for this bill?
Likely apartment builders in the central and south Dade area, and developers. I mean, candidly, Mayor, I don't have to tell you this. You and I have had conversations, over the past year. A lot of the things that pop up and make the news, a lot of them are very loud distractions from just getting back to very fundamental, basic things. While all of these culture wars have gone on, your property insurance has not gone down.
No.
And it's sort of a look over here. It's something like this as a distraction, as opposed to coming back and having the political will and backbone, which a lot of my colleagues do not have, to push back against groups that cut them large campaign checks and say, we're not going to put up with it anymore, we're not going to hand it over. These special session bills on property insurance did nothing for our constituents. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's just no political will and leadership right now.
Well, my concern is, they can do a lot of window dressing and say, oh, we're going to give $100 million for affordable housing, right? When housing becomes unaffordable because of insurance and because of taxes and because of the intangibles, the things that don't make the front page until people start saying, hey, I can't afford to pay this kind of money for these condos. I don't have to tell you, Commissioner, these condos are being raped with insurance costs, especially along the coast.
Mayor, I will tell you, I have 2 condos in Sunny Isles Beach, and my primary residence, I had to get Citizens. I don't have a mortgage, but the building requires me to have insurance. I'm capped at $1 million. Miami-Dade County is capped at $1 million with Citizens. My premium is $35,000 a year.
Wow.
What was in the last bill during special session, just to show you how nonsensical some of this stuff is, as a way to depopulate citizen policyholders, they added a requirement that insisted that citizens policyholders, even in condos, if they're in a flood zone, even in condos, have to have flood insurance. The individual unit. Now, a flood is not a burst pipe, is not a leak from the bathtub above the floor.
It's rising seawater.
It's rising seawater.
Right, yeah.
And so I simply asked the question, I'm on the 26th floor. And if there's a flood on the 26th floor, we have bigger issues than whether or not Citizens is going to pay out my policy. And that was in there. And then sort of jokingly, the president referred to it as the Pizzo Amendment, which took out the flood insurance requirement for high-rise condos, which was stupid to begin with. But that was an extra $4,100 per unit for the 62% of my constituents that live in condos. It was ridiculous. And it was just a way to depopulate Citizens. And here's the thing. The professionals at Citizens said, we don't want this. We don't want this.
Right.
This doesn't make any sense. But it was staff in the Senate and the House that thought it was a good idea of getting rid of policyholders.
Okay.
It's bad, and it's going to get better.
It's going to get better.
It's going to get better.
So your 6.5 meeting with the leadership, 6.5 hour meeting is what?
Unless someone takes me out, it's going to get better.
When you come here next year, we're going to hold you to those words.
You should.
Okay.
You should. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor, can I ask the senator a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator, for being here. And by the way, folks, and I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression, but when I was saying that I was not happy with 1.3, I'm not taking exception with anyone that's in the room here today. You people are our champions. I don't even know how you go to work up there, to be honest with you. But you are our champions, and I am very deeply appreciative of the work that you do. That being said, Senator, does the Senate or the House ever get information that would show us how much taxpayer dollars are spent on litigation in our year? and litigation. I mean, every day I pick up a paper or watch the news, whatever piece of legislation was just passed in session, there's lawsuits. And then the state comes back if they're not happy with the judge's ruling, and the lawsuit continues. And it goes on and on and on. Do we have an idea of how many taxpayer dollars are spent on litigation, especially this session, which has caused pain to so many people?
We do. Candidly, I actually sued the governor last year for the Martha's Vineyard flights because I thought that it was unconstitutional to put new statute, new law in a budget item. And we prevailed, and we mutually agreed to dismiss the case. We held a special session to repeal that law, and then they funded an additional $10 million. Now baked into a number of bills are actually a litigation slush amount. So when we had the COVID vaccine bill, they put in $5 million for litigation expenses. The other thing is,
So they anticipate being challenged.
in slow motion, eyes wide open, they know there's going to be a challenge. So let me give you an example. If I say, how much does a car cost? Your answer is going to, your response is going to be, what kind of car, right? So when you say litigation expenses, they're not hiring $250 an hour. They're hiring $800, $900 an hour. So you can actually look on procurement and the CFO's site to see certain payments that are made, but it's several $million.
Well, all I can say is going forward and with your leadership, I really hope there comes a day when our constituents in Fort Lauderdale see things happening in Tallahassee that really help them as citizens every single day. Right now, I hear it all the time. The state's just not focused on issues like we just talked about, property insurance or anything else that really seem to want to help us in terms of our infrastructure needs. There are some serious issues, whether it's sea level rise, infrastructure needs, property insurance. I could go on and with a list, but all we see is such a mean spirit in Tallahassee. All we see are bills that are passed and then signed into law that just take people down, that hurt people, and that from my perspective, it is so distressing to hear from friends of mine that are telling me they're leaving our state. They can't handle it, and they don't see any way where it's going to improve. And to hear from your friends that want to leave the state, or they're fearful because their child can't get health care. I could go on again, but it's difficult. It's difficult to hear that on a daily basis when we look to Tallahassee to help us and to help our citizens, and that's not happening. All we see is just hurt after hurt, mean-spirited after mean-spirited, this focus on this made-up cultural war, made up. And just as you said, look over here, don't look over here. But I thank you for what you do and to everyone that's here today. But I'm just hopeful that we'll have a better day in the future.
Commissioner, I would leave you with this. This session, by the end, was the 17th bill of mine that passed with somebody else's name a year or two later. And that's what's most frustrating to me. I advocated to allow for Narcan to be placed in high schools because we have an overdose problem. It's reported as respiratory or cardiac, but never as an overdose. And it went for 2 years without ever getting a hearing in the House. And then all of a sudden it became vogue to talk about the opioid addictions. And all of a sudden it made it in, I put it in as an amendment into another bill, and it passed. If you don't have pride of authorship, you can get a lot passed. Members that are sitting here, and including lobbyists, have advocated for ideas. If they change in a hyper-polarized, hyper-partisan atmosphere, if you don't have pride of authorship, you get a lot done. The biggest frustrating part is to file a bill because it'll save someone's life, and a year or two passes because of that hyper-partisanship. That is the biggest shame. And that continues to happen in Tallahassee.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? Thank you, Senator. Keep up the good fight.
I did want to close with about 3 things. Thank you to the senators and representatives and our lobbying team that came out today to assist me in doing this very brief presentation. And I did want to say that a final report will be submitted to you for late summer reading by the end of the month. Our lobbying teams, their reports will be submitted to you as well for summer reading. And I did want to add that as we gear up and prepare for the next session, I will be reaching out to all of our department directors and division managers to find out what gap funding we would request like gap funding from the state for our state appropriations next session. So that request will be going out to them to see what projects needs funding, especially with the GALT. We know we're going to ask for an additional $2 million. We will go back for Carter Park. We'll be working very closely.
What was Carter Park? I thought weren't they improvements to Carter? They weren't FEMA related.
Right. So with the FEMA related, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was because it flooded. And when we did ask the governor's office, to not veto the funding, as time went on, we did say that it was affected by the flooding. So I believe there may have been the inherent inclination that we would receive FEMA dollars for the repairs for that park. So
That's a shame because that request had been in there for long before COVID.
Correct.
And I remember even as a commissioner, we were requesting money from Tallahassee. So put that on your list, Senator.
Yes.
So we will be asking the directors to see what projects needs additional funding that we can get from the state and policy issues.
Thank you.
Daphne, can I just make one request going forward when you give us those final reports? And I would find it really helpful because every year the City Commission adopts a state legislative program.
Correct.
And we get that. But we don't see any kind of matrix that cross-references that state legislative program with the results of these bills. I mean, I can go through these pages of bills.
Don't.
It's hard for me. No. It's don't. The mayor's always censoring me, but that's okay. I always find it helpful to be able to see, well, how did we do? If we could get some sort of cross-reference, some sort of matrix where we can see those bills and then what was our program? How did our program fare? That would be really helpful to me. And then one thing I did neglect to ask the senator, one area where I think that we could really use some help, as you probably know, Fort Lauderdale is probably the only city in Broward County that spends dollars, funds, resources, provides services for our homeless issue. We need help. We need help. That is a problem that is just increasing in our city. We need state help. And I think whether that's the law that needs to be changed, whether it's mental health dollars, whether it's some way to be able to give those kinds of services to folks. Our repeat offenders are folks that are suffering from mental illness. They're substance abusers. There are many homeless people that are not a problem to other people, and people understand that. But I'm talking about the ones that commit crimes. But if we don't catch them in the act at the moment, there's nothing we can do. Or if they do get arrested, they're released on their own recognizance because we now don't have the beds, we don't have the wherewithal to help with the mental health issues. So, Senator, whatever you can do on a state level to help us with the homeless issue would be greatly appreciated. And thank you, Daphne. If you could just give us that kind of a matrix that shows us, how we fared with everything. Thank you.
Will do. And I apologize. I failed to acknowledge Representative Dunkley. She wanted to say a few words.
Good afternoon to you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the Commission staff. As she said, I'm Representative Dunkley, and I am one of the persons who are fighting on behalf, and I'm so proud, like Daphne said earlier, to be able to have committed that $100,000 for the teen court. And I was so grateful that I've had the relationship of working with the city manager as well, that when we had the flooding, I was able to call in right away, and he was responsive, and your office, how you have been supportive of me in the role. And I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity as a freshman to be able to work with you. And I look forward to continue working with you in the next legislative session.
Thank you. Nice seeing you again. Okay. Any other representatives here, Daphne?
No.
We're good? Okay.
We're good. Thank
I
you
want to
very
thank
much.
everybody for coming this afternoon. We really appreciate your taking the time to speak with us. And anything we can do to continue to partner with you in making next year's session a success, please let us know. You're welcome to borrow Daphne for the 2 months.
And if you need us to call the pharmacy to renew your prescriptions, also let us know, and we'll be able to help with that as well.
Okay, let's go back to the agenda. We'll go on to business 2, the Living Seawalls presentation. Greg, who will be making that presentation?
So Dr. Nancy Gassman will be presenting on that.
Okay. And we have several people who sign up to speak as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nancy Gassman, Assistant Public Works Director in charge of sustainability. At our early March meeting, we had a neighbor step up and introduce the topic of living seawalls to the Commission, at which time the Commission requested that staff come back and provide a presentation, and this is your presentation. There's many benefits to natural shorelines. They have the opportunity to help combat certain aspects of sea level rise, carbon sequestration. They provide habitat value and can dissipate wave energy. In Fort Lauderdale, we have a great variety of shorelines. On the beach side, we've got the beach environment, sand. Upland of the sand, there are dunes. Upland of the dunes, we have the wave wall. So we have a combination of more green, softer technologies that also move their way into the grayer technology when you talk about the wave wall. Inland, in our 165 miles of waterway, the majority of our inland waterways are hardened structures. The majority have seawalls, but we do have a number of areas where we have shorelines that are part of our tidal waters that include a number of our parks. Bill Keith, for example, Mills Pond, Birch State Park, the Bonnet House. There's a lot of smaller areas where we do have natural shorelines that include mangroves and more wetland type areas. But the majority of our inland waterways are bulkheaded with seawalls. So the concept of a living seawall is to take these bulkheads that we have and enhance them by either adding habitat value, changing the way, changing the structure so that they can provide a greater resilience to wave impacts, or to support aspects of waterway quality. And the picture there is oysters just naturally migrating and settling on our hard infrastructure. This is just downtown. We've got oysters all over the pilings that are associated with the seawall associated with Riverwalk. And when you talk about living seawalls, it's really important to think about where, how you want to move forward with that. While we have 165 miles of waterway, only 5 to 6 miles of that includes city-owned seawalls. All the others are private. While we have ordinances that elevate and protect the land, our ordinance encourages habitat enhancement, but it does not mandate it. And our current projects that are under construction do not include a living seawall component, but that's something that we could potentially consider for future projects. And there is a concern about compromising seawall integrity, either of existing seawalls or our future seawalls, depending on how that living seawall component can be attached to those seawalls. We also have to keep in mind that we live in what I would describe as a brackish or coastal environmental continuum. There are areas that are more oceanic, and when you get to the western side, those are areas that are much more fresh. You can't make things live where they don't want to live. And so trying to set up living seawalls in the wrong locations will just lead to a failure of that habitat from establishing. And we also have to remember that while things like to live in different vertical structures, as pictured in this graphic, we do have sea level rise. And as sea level rises, those habitats are going to migrate upward. And so we have to think about not just the habitat of today, but the habitat of 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. The availability of this type of technology. Many living seawall projects are just coming out of the market. There's some really interesting innovations related to 3D printing of seawalls and other items related to living shorelines. But many of them are unproven in the marketplace. They're unproven in the habitat. And so we have to be careful about how we move forward with these various items that are really just coming out of the research phase and just coming out of the market. And the other thing is that we really need to think carefully about what habitat or water quality problem that we're trying to solve and where we're trying to solve it. And I'll get into that just a little bit more in the next few slides. water quality is not one thing. When someone looks at a glass of drinking water, they may say, oh, it's got color. Well, does that affect the taste? And they may taste it and they say, oh, it tastes like chlorine. There's different aspects of waterway quality as well. And when you consider the physical components of what water looks like, for example, our waterways have a very distinct iced tea kind of color. That's not a pollution. That's not an issue with whether fish can live in that water. That's just the natural color of our waterways. It has nothing to do with inputs or pollution. That's the color of coastal waterways in Southeast Florida. They look like iced tea. But that's a physical component. Biological components, algal blooms, bacteria. We've talked a lot about bacteria throughout the last few years in the waterway. And then there's chemical components, and those are related to oxygen or nutrients from fertilizers or chlorophyll. How green is the water? So when we're talking about waterway quality, we're not talking about one thing. And when you want to think about, okay, let's install living seawalls, we really need to think about why are we wanting to install them, and what water quality problem or what habitat concern are we addressing? Because one size does not fit all. Some of the challenges that municipalities can have with the living seawall concept is that, specifically for Fort Lauderdale, the funding available right now, we have been targeting raising our seawalls. And that is a rather important resilience issues for a city that is being impacted by sea level rise. And the funding comes from the same place. So the question is whether you want to prioritize elevating your seawalls or whether you want to prioritize habitat quality of those seawalls as they're installed. And there's certainly a long-term maintenance and viability issue with living seawall technologies. As I mentioned earlier, location is really important. Location, location, location. The mayor, as a real estate lawyer, recognizes that term. But the idea is that you want to have the right habitat enhancement in the right place. You're not going to put polar bears in Bermuda because they aren't going to live there. They don't have the right habitat. They're not going to survive. So it's really important to consider where you're considering these issues, especially when they may have conflicts associated with navigation, with waterway access, or with waterway views. Market readiness is a real issue with this particular type of technologies. While these types of habitat enhancements have existed over many, many years, there's a lot of new ideas flooding the market, many of which are unproven, and it's not clear whether we could even procure them through a competitive bid process at this time, although there are many individuals that are working on either experimental or products that are just coming out onto the market that are very willing to partner with the city if we can help with funding some of these areas and providing them with specific locations to install the various types of either living seawall or living shoreline products. And then permitting is also a challenge, and I'll get into that a little bit more. When you permit this type of an installation, there's as many as 5 different agencies that get involved. And so permitting is a concern. It can take time, it can take money in order to ensure that you are able to permit something, especially if it's a little more experimental. Any work in, on, or under the water requires a permit. And so this is one of the issues, especially again, if we're using new technology, how we address that new technology in the permitting phase, and whether that becomes a significant delay to trying to do these projects. And I just, again, want to talk about this idea about the right solution in the right place. So here's a graphic of Merle Fogg Park, where we have a seawall that we're going to be replacing in the short term. And one of the requests from the neighbors has been, well, let's put mangrove planters seaward of the new seawall. And it would provide habitat enhancement. It would provide some wave attenuation in this area. And it would certainly attract wildlife, whether that's birds or aquatic life that wants to live around the roots of the mangroves. But it would also require us maintaining those mangroves very carefully, and mangroves require special permits to maintain. And for the park, at least in that particular location, over time, those mangroves would block the vista of seeing the intercoastal waterway. So what if we wanted to do a mangrove island near shore? Again, we've got the habitat enhancement, wildlife improvement. There's less impact to the vistas, but then unfortunately mangroves have a tendency to gather trash. So we would have to have a city crew who would be able to go out and remove the trash from those mangrove islands that we would have a special permit to not only install but maintain. There could be an impact to navigation. This particular area is used during the boat show for temporary piers and floating docks that are used for some of the boat show related vessels. And again, permitting is going to be harder for this type of thing because we're further away from the shoreline and you start to involve additional agencies when you get that. There is tonight you do have a shoreline stabilization agenda item that's related to adding riprap, which is large rocks along the shoreline at Bill Keith Preserve. And that is a type of habitat enhancement as well as a shoreline stabilization technique. And there's also this really wonderful project that's already been designed at the New River Middle School, where they have a fully designed living shoreline, living classroom project. There is some funding available this year from the state through the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission to start some of this work here. And this is going to be a great example as the school board and others move forward with this project, always looking for partners, of course, but to present kind of a laboratory for a living seawall project here within the city at New River Middle. And so with that, I will stop, and if there's any questions regarding living shorelines and living seawalls.
Thank you so much. Anyone have any questions of Dr. Gassman?
I do. Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Thank you. Question, you indicated far as permitting, you said there was different agencies, but you did not identify who are we talking about we would have to secure permitting from regarding this method of seawalls.
So living seawalls are under the purview, first and foremost, under the city. We have to get a permit to install things. We would also be required for permits from Broward County. They do have delegated authority from the state. Depending on how far you go out into the waterway or which waterway you're working on, you may need permits from the South Florida Water Management District, from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. You may need permission from the state under sovereign submerged lands that are under the control at the state level rather than at the regional level. If you go far enough out in the waterway, you need Army Corps of Engineers permits, and depending on certain impacts to existing habitats that are in place, you may also need a Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission permit.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Dr. Gassman? Okay, we have a few people saying, thank you. We have a few people signed up to speak. I'll call your names in threes. Susie Bailey, followed by Bill Brown, followed by Tricia Halliday. Please come on up. Give you a couple minutes. Hello there.
Hi there. I like your new digs. Pretty nice here, huh?
Right.
Anyway, thank you, Dr. Gassman. Thank you, Commission, for renewing the contract with Miami Waterkeepers. Now that we've been testing for a few years now, we know that some areas are consistently testing high for bacteria. We also know that some of our neighboring cities to the north, west, and south are starting to post algae bloom advisories, and Lake Okeechobee, which is seething with algae, keeps rising, which leads to possible releases, which leads to possible green slime invasion, as we know. We don't want a repeat of the algae invasion we had here in 2018. That red tide that made its way over from the west coast to our east coast cost multi-millions to the coastal areas hit by this toxic invasion. And then we had the blue-green algae in our canals. From tourism and seafood contamination to property values, and not to forget illness, to humans, pets, and marine life, red tide and blue-green algae blooms can create a severe economic impact. Now the question is, will the city be reactive or proactive to dealing with the health of our priceless waterways? I was told that money that was intended for a future living seawall project is now being directed towards flood mitigation projects. I completely understand the importance of flood mitigation, having requested that the city connect with Rebuild by Design to begin flood and storm surge vulnerability assessment over 5 years ago. Unfortunately, I don't think that happened. I don't think there was a success. I don't think we had them come in. I understand funding can be an issue, but what about the cost of not being proactive when it comes to the health of our precious waterways? Though we're glad to see that Dr. Gassman included 2 of our Residents for Resilience 5 proposed sites in her presentation, we are concerned that her presentation is rather skeptical and pessimistic and fails to remind all of you of the positive attributes of living seawalls. Like one oyster filters about 50 gallons of water a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They're not temporary fixes. Oysters, biochar, and other living materials can be included in these living seawall additions. And yes, these oysters do filter and feed on blue-green algae. Dr. Gassman cites permitting delays, but according to some of the specialists on our team, she does not recognize that there are exemptions that can bypass much of the permitting process. It can be nuanced depending on where you are in Florida, so her breakdown is not incorrect, though. Any construction will require a building permit according to some of these specialists. It's possible to be exempt from DEP and Army Corps depending on applications. Mangrove reef walls, which were in her presentation, do not have to touch the sea floor, and they can occupy this gray area, which when it comes to permitting. City Manager Greg, as you heard a few months ago on the Zoom meeting that you had with some of these top specialists in this living seawall movement, materials needed are available and are currently being installed in neighboring cities throughout Florida, as well as the US and in cities throughout the world. These scientists and specialists are available to discuss any important details outside funding also. Since we know funding is important, we have specialists that will come in and discuss outside funding options, and they'll answer any of your questions that you might have. As the founder of Residents for Resilience, I request that our city try to move forward as soon as possible with our proposed living seawall projects, not only for the health and vitality of our priceless waterways, but for all those who enjoy it and our economy that depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gassman, that image you showed us of 3D printing, why is that such a complicated fix? Can't you just like attach that to the seawall? You need permitting for that?
You need permitting, but in terms of attaching it to our seawalls, so our newly installed seawalls are sheet pile seawalls that have been specially coated to avoid corrosion, and then they have a concrete cap. And the graphic I showed you that shows where you have to be in the water column in order to attach one of these, you would have to attach the living seawall below the concrete cap into these specially coated sheet piles, which would essentially create an opportunity for a location for corrosion. So, and it would also prevent us from keeping that sheet pile in a situation where it's not permeable to the tides, which is the whole reason we're putting in these seawalls the way we are, is to try to reduce tidal flooding. And it's not that there aren't industrial fixes for making sure that they can be sealed, but currently our focus has been to ensure that those seawalls maintain their integrity and that they provide the service that we installed them for, which is to prevent tidal flooding.
So can the surface of the seawall, while it's being constructed, is molded, okay? Instead of affixing the design that you showed us, can it just be made part of the mold of the concrete so that you don't have to go through all these hoops and you can still have that coating to prevent corrosion and all the other things that you described?
Right, so the attachment is to the metal sheet pile. It would not be to the concrete cap, because at this time, the concrete cap is above the water line.
Okay.
And in order for you to provide habitat, you have to have the habitat between the high and the low water mark,
So it's below the surface, yeah.
which is next to where the metal sheet pile is.
Sea piling. Okay.
So we have looked into opportunities to try to do, number one, retrofit to our existing seawalls, which tend to be, many of them are coral rock seawalls that have a concrete skim coat, and the opportunity to say, okay, can we drill into that without compromising the function of that seawall? We're also looking at opportunities in future seawalls to incorporate living seawalls, but recognizing that there's a cost associated with them, and potentially putting that in as a line item option to determine whether it's cost effective.
Okay, thank you. Bill Brown, followed by Tricia Halliday, and then Kevin O'Neill is the last person I have.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members, Commission. Bill Brown, President, Central Beach Alliance, also a member of the Budget Advisory Board, but today I'm here as a resident of the Barrier Islands individual. I'm not here to say I support living seawalls or I'm against them. Right now, there's too many unanswered questions. And the other item of concern is the cost versus the benefit. As Dr. Glassman pointed out in her presentation, there's a lot of unanswered questions. We have many, many seawalls, 165 miles, 5 of which are the city, under the capital improvements projects for the 5-year plan. We hear residents coming both to the Budget Advisory Board and to you as commissioners, when's this seawall going to get fixed? There's just so many dollars, and we are so far behind the curve on the capital investment projects for seawall repair. To spend 25% more in the increased cost of a project, is it really worth it at this point? Is it better to get all the seawalls up to the current standards and then start looking forward towards living seawalls when we have more of a clear path and more information from the scientific world on the benefits of them for our environment? So that is what I just wanted to point out, and we really seriously need to ask ourselves the cost versus the benefits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tricia Halliday, followed by Kevin O'Neill.
Hi.
Hi.
Tricia Halliday calling. And Bill, I agree with you there. I do think that we should get the experts in here, the scientists, to come in here. They're willing and ready to come in and speak to you anytime you're ready to ask them, because there are not that many unanswered questions if you just want to listen. And being the resilient commission that you are, I think that you will. Now, I do want to congratulate you on the $24 million that you received from the Resilient Florida grant program to help the drainage in 2 of the most flood-prone neighborhoods, the historic Dorsey River Bend and the Progressive Village. And they really did need it. However, I'm still not happy with the water readings at Sweeting Park and Tarpon River and the Sandbar. The Himmershey was good this last reading. So I really, and they've consistently been in the red. And so I really do hope that you will continue to look into this, because this can help you. And there are people, I've gone into these parks, and there's people that are fishing in these like at Sweeting Park. People are fishing still in there, and in Delaveau Park, which is a county park, there's people that are fishing there too. And that is, water is not good. I mean, if they're taking that home and eating those fish, they're ingesting something that should not be eaten. So please, we've got to do better. So hopefully you will continue with this. I know you've got your hands full, but please. And again, those scientists are available for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kevin O'Neill? No comment. Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Anyone from the commission wish to add to the conversation? There being none, thank you so much, everybody. Moving on to business 3, Mr. City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Commission. Today we're going to provide you with an update. As you all had requested in the past, you all requested for us to come back and provide with you recommendations on how we can have an intermediate office relocation plan while we consider and determine the long-term plans for City Hall. So today we're going to share with you what were the costs prior to the flood. We are going to provide comparable pricing for office space in the downtown area, and we are going to provide recommendations for intermediate office space, again, while the commission and other stakeholders determine the long-term plans for City Hall. So looking at the square footage space, these are figures of what we use as an organization for 3 locations. City Hall, although it is noted that City Hall is 100,000 square feet, we really only had 61,800 square feet of usable space. We also had in Tower 101, which the City Commission right now currently occupies 19,320 square foot of office space, and also in the 1 East Broward, where the city attorney had partial of their offices, we occupied 3,575 square foot of office space. A total of 84,695 square feet of office space was being utilized prior to the flood. Again, this is for 300 plus employees. What we are proposing right now, you will have this evening a consideration of leasing 38 months, 1 East Broward, and if we were to receive that that approval from the City Commission, between Tower 101 and 1 East Broward, we would have a total of 22,895 square feet. That is what we would attain. And so, no, I apologize. Disregard what I just said. No, right now we're using Tower 101 and 1 East Broward, 22,895 square feet. That is what we have right now. That's the 2 that are being occupied. This right here showcases what are the annual costs. Our annual costs, as you can see, for operating City Hall prior to the April floods were close to $1 million with an investment of $2.6 million for improvements. And this is for the building to sustain the operations that we had. And so you can see that there were some large-scale improvements that were much needed to make the building pleasant and also operational. So we wanted to share that as one of the requests that were made. Wanted to know what were those costs, and here they are detailed. Additionally, there was a request to provide pricing for the surrounding areas of downtown. As you can see here, we have a variety of pricing ranging from $29 per square foot all the way, $26 a square foot all the way to $33.50 per square foot. You will see that tonight we are proposing the recommendation to lease the 4th and 16th floor of 1 East Broward for a square footage price of $25 a square foot. Now, the relocation proposal, as you can see here, we're looking at, we're considering the annex portion of 1 East Broward, which you all have toured the 4th floor, would provide us with a variety of offices that would, 28 offices would provide the ability to transition members of the city commission so that you have more comfortable space, meeting space, and conference rooms to attend the public. That would also give the capability of us to bring back certain office members that are working from home and have a hybrid model space. Again, the 4th and 16th floor are being proposed for you tonight at $25 a square foot. We still continue to negotiate for the West Marine office area. We're looking at floors 1 and 2 so far. We have expressed interest for acquiring floors 1 and 2. Floors 1 and 2 would provide us with chambers and public-facing space on the 1st floor. Again, that is centrally located. This would allow the commission to entertain events, meetings, advisory board meetings, and certainly very accessible since we have a public parking garage across the street in downtown. Additionally, the 2nd floor would provide private office and open space, but that is something that we are still negotiating. Should we have a successful negotiation, we would bring that back to you all for consideration in August, in the August meeting. And so if everything if everything goes as planned, you would have the 1st and 2nd floor of West Marine, with the 1st floor being that dais or that public facing meeting space. You would have the 4th floor for certain commissioners, if that is what you elect to do, and also the 16th floor, which is currently occupied by the city attorney's office. Again, you are considering a proposal tonight for 38 months to review and approve. And so what we have right now is provided you as much information as we know. We continue to gather and information and details for our insurers. We're also working with FEMA to determine what will be the maximum amount that we can attain for the impact. And we have secured also vendors that will assist us with the moving and the setup. We wanted to present this to you all and ask you for your feedback and to see if there's anything that we can assist with your consideration for the temporary office space.
So, Greg, before we do that, do you want to give a little bit more detail about our meeting that we had last week with Congressman Moskowitz and the FEMA representatives with regard to the issue of rental reimbursement?
Yeah, absolutely. So last week, Mayor, you secured a meeting with Representative Moskowitz. He came with FEMA reps, and the FEMA reps are very available to review and support any claim. Right now, we are gathering as much information as possible that's needed for claims from our adjusters. And should we get those details to them, they certainly will provide additional funding for us.
So, to that extent, my takeaway from that meeting was that they are very supportive of rental reimbursement, either all or part of whatever our expense would be as a result of the flooding that took place in our city hall. Was that what your understanding was?
Correct. They were very, very open to that. They mentioned how we are being displaced because of the flood, and that it was a nationally declared disaster. So that certainly is advantageous to be fairly and well considered for getting those funds for rental reimbursement.
Okay.
For clarity, that's for 38 months?
38 months, right.
Tonight, you are looking at a proposal for 38 months, correct?
I'm sorry, the reimbursement portion, that would be covered through FEMA for 38 months?
I cannot tell you that specifically.
They did not give us any details, but they actually raised the point, to be honest with you. They asked us, they said, do you want rental reimbursement? And we said, yeah.
Absolutely.
And they're the ones that raised it, and they said, yeah, we have a program for you where we can supply all or most of the rental costs while you're displaced. So I don't know the answer to your question, but they did tell us they wanted us to take City Hall off of life support. They said it was a total waste of money, and the sooner we get that, as soon as we remove all of our belongings and everything and shut the building down, they would prefer that, because as we seek reimbursement for that money, they'd rather apply it towards rent. So to answer the 38-month question, I don't know if we have that answer right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you did bring up an important thing.
Yes.
When you're talking about rental reimbursement, is it typically, I mean, I know you don't know, you just mentioned it. We talking half, they'll cover the total cost for 3 years? Is there a formula with like 10%, or is this significant reimbursement for what we're out of pocket for us?
So I don't
What's your
know.
take?
I don't have all those specifics. I can certainly gather, as you know, based on past experience, what that potential can be. We are working with Thompson, who is our partner, that ensures that we have all the details needed to submit a claim. I will tell you that based on these figures, if you look, we have 61,800 that was City Hall. Right now, we are proposing to get floors 4 and 16, which I don't have the square footage of that, but it is much less. So we certainly can show that we are not expanding, we're actually contracting. We will bring as much information as possible in the August meeting.
Okay, and one other question, if I can. Mr. Mayor, could I ask?
please,
Okay.
go ahead.
You and I, before this meeting, we spoke about a day ago, and what we do is dependent upon West Marine. We do everything, we get the 4th floor and everything. We don't get that 1st floor. Now we're going to have to go on-site for chambers, so to speak. You said there was some movement with Marine One. Could you update us what's going on with
For
that?
West Marine, yes.
West Marine.
On Friday, on the last Friday, we did receive a very positive discussion on how they are available for the 1st and 2nd floor. Initially, we did want to secure the 1st through 4th floor, but we'd like to at least get the 1st and 2nd floor, because that 1st floor is centric, it's in downtown, and has large space for meeting, to have and host these types of meetings.
Yeah, two questions. Number one, when would that be available?
As soon as we get a very good deal. But what I can tell you, is the proposal so far is below the market rate. And
the other thing that you mentioned earlier about us actually, for that piece of it, we would actually be leasing it directly from the owner.
I don't have those specific details right now, but it's part of the negotiation plans. We try to streamline as much as we can.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
There were some people that signed up to speak.
Oh, one last thing, Mayor. Just wanted to mention real quick. So this is my closing remarks. I'm sorry, Mayor. Should everything go as planned and you all approve tonight's proposal, we will be working with you all throughout the summer to do the relocation. You all have received a floor plan. I've received certain feedback from you all, and that will help us coordinate the activities throughout the summer.
When should we be measuring for curtains? That's all I got. That's before or after the summer break. Okay. Do you folks want to still speak? Bill Brown, Deborah Gross. Bill, do you want to still speak? Deborah Gross. You support the proposal? Deborah, Sheldon Gross, Mary Peliquin. Yeah, Bill. Push the button. Push the button. It's right there, yeah.
Just for clarification, I know 2 conference meetings ago, I think it was a 4-1 consensus to move forward with keeping the temporary relocation of the downtown area. That is what I'm here today in support of, to keep it centralized for all residents, to make it accessible to come to a central location in the center of Fort Lauderdale. So I hope that's still the intent of this commission.
Okay, thank you. Deborah Gross and Sheldon Gross, are you speaking together? Okay. First of all, you have to push the button on the mic, See at the bottom? There you go. Okay. And what was your question?
I see that you sent me for 2 minutes. Can I have 3 minutes to speak?
What is, are you trying to get us to go up to Kaplan again?
I would like to make a presentation to you. To
Well,
explain.
sir, we've heard your presentation twice. The commission has already voted that we're not going up there. So I really want to keep it to 2 minutes, unless you have anything new to add.
I have a lot new to add,
Well,
yes.
you'll have 2 minutes, and if it goes over, I'll give you extra time. But keep in mind that the commission has already voted.
Well, I remember there was a consensus on May the 16th. I didn't know there was a commission vote.
Well, there was a consensus.
Okay, well, I didn't know that was a vote. In any event, I'd appreciate as much time as possible. I think that what I have to say is very important.
All right, I'll give you 2 minutes to start with that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissions, City Manager, and staff. My name is Sheldon Gross, the owner of 1515 West Cypress Creek. Please feel free to ask questions at any time during my presentation. I stand before you today because even though we provided our best and final offer on June 23rd in response to the city's request, the only solution being proposed for the temporary relocation to City Hall is 1 East Broward. Our property, with its resiliency and substantial cost savings, provides the city and taxpayers with more for less. Cypress West will save taxpayers at least $3 million based on the 3-year lease proposal. Please keep in mind, if a permanent City Hall replacement is not implemented within 3 years, the savings attained by taxpayers could grow to more than $5 million. As discussed by Colliers and the city manager, the city currently occupies 22,895 square feet at 1 East Broward and Tower 101. This provides the city with a downtown presence for public-facing requirements. We are respectfully asking that the city consider a hybrid model where the city attorney, commissioners, and their staff remain downtown in the existing spaces and the back office administration team relocates to our property. The savings are real. In the left-hand column, you will see our June 23rd proposal. These are compared to 1 East Broward's lease costs to the commission that they will be exploring tonight during the discussion of motion 230650. As you can see, our rent is $32.48 versus $41.75 for 1 East Broward. It's also important to note that 1 East Broward's lease section 3B provides for no cap on operating expenses, while we've capped our controllable operating expenses at 3% per annum. This slide compares the suite by suite and floors. Please take note that based on 2016's 1 East Broward lease, operating expenses have increased by 46.3% to $16.75. With inflation, this increase could grow substantially at 1 East Broward without an operating expense cap. Cypress West offers the city and taxpayers a temporary solution that complies with the city objective: maintain financial integrity through solid budgeting practices, prudent physical management, cost-effective operations, and long-term planning. The city is also required to pay additional rent at 1 East Broward for parking and use of their space after 6 p.m. for events and city meetings. These additional expenses come directly from the 1 East Broward lease, but are free at Cypress West. At our property, taxpayers will receive the peace of mind that the city will not encounter the same type of operational meltdown experienced this past April, as we provide the city with the ability to operate 24/7, 365 in a secure environment with only 2 tenants, not the 20 approximate tenants at 1 East Broward. Additionally, our data center and in-place cabling and wiring help the city's IT department improve. We believe our property, with its generators and hurricane impact construction, complies with the city's goal to manage all resources wisely and sustainably.
Does that conclude your remarks?
That concludes my
Okay,
remarks.
great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify something. You mentioned, Mr. Gross, that we would have additional parking costs?
It's in the lease in the BLI rider. You've leased 9 spaces, and they're at $90 each.
Okay, if we were to get this 1 East Broward, the convenience is that is a city garage where 1 East Broward parks, and we will determine we exempt ourselves from charging ourselves for the use of those parking spaces.
City manager, I'm only quoting what's in the lease that you're considering tonight. I wasn't making any other observations. Everything I've provided, was extracted from the lease.
Yeah, but sir, we own the parking garage.
I understand, Mr. Mayor. I'm telling you what's in the lease. It's specific, and you'll see it right
Okay,
up. Section 8 of the lease.
Okay.
Complies with that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So could I follow up on that? Because I'm kind of curious. So if the lease says we're paying for parking, regardless of whether we own the parking lot or not, because we have an agreement with 1 East Broward that they are renting spaces from us. So essentially in the lease, it says we're going to have to pay them for spaces that we already own because they're renting them from us. Am I understanding that properly?
If you would allow me a moment to take a look at the lease agreement or consult with the assistant city attorney that's involved with the drafting, I'll get that clarified for you.
Because it sounds like whether we own the garage or not, we're still going to have to pay them if it's
I
in the
wouldn't
lease.
go based off of the statements that have been made here. In our current situation, I do not believe that we pay for parking, and it's the same language in the lease agreement. So I just want to make sure we have an understanding of if it's standard language that's provided in the lease that we've countered elsewhere in the lease, or what is it, what language is being referred to here.
Okay,
So-
and if it is in there, then we need to get it removed.
Sure.
Couple of questions that I have.
Before, on that point, we're not adding more employees to the, I mean, we still have our regular employee parking spaces. We're not adding employees to the new space. In fact,
Right,
we're
but it sounds like the
subtracting.
lease is going to charge us whether we use those parking spaces or not. It sounds like it's a standard feature of the lease that we will be paying for parking spaces that they have available for us. Whether we need them or not is irrelevant. They're going to charge us for the parking spaces. So if
Oh,
that's in the lease,
I see
then
what you're saying.
right.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So if I can, Mr. Gross, if we were to sign an agreement with you, how quickly would we be able to move in?
Within 30 days. And by the way, we are willing to use the same lease that is that you're considering for 1 East Broward, and just modified for our best and final offer that we provided on June 23rd.
Okay, and what's your total rent? I'm sorry, I just quickly, again, I know we went through the slide deck kind of fast. So what's your gross rent?
Our all-in rent is $32.48, whereas 1 East Broward is $41.75. And we have a 3% cap on operating expenses. Their lease does not provide for a cap on operating expenses.
So help me understand that, Greg. So when we're looking at that no cap on operating expenses, what's the impact of that on us going forward?
Certainly, there is a rise in scale of costs per year for 3 years. And I'm going to ask Angela or Ken to assist me with answering that question.
Ken Krasno?
Yes, from Colliers.
So yeah, so I'd like to understand what our exposure is. I mean, we're looking at inflation running, roughly 5% per annum right now. So is that something that we'd be potentially exposed to, 5%
Mr.
or
Gross,
more?
can you step away from the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I think we're done here.
And I still have more questions, Mayor, but thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Ken Krasnow from Colliers. The question was,
what is our exposure with regard to the increase of the operating expenses on the lease going forward? Is there a cap? Is it based on CPI?
controllable expenses will be capped as part of the lease.
At what percent?
Capped at 3% a year.
Okay.
So what are the controllable versus the
I
uncontrollable?
don't know the lease. I mean, Mr. Spence could go through the lease But that's what's in the proposal. That's generally the way those expenses are capped. Can't cap something that's out of your control.
Well, you can, you just may not want to.
Well, that's
So what generally falls?
That's generally an accepted principle that I believe Mr. Gross is talking about, the same thing that we would be talking about at the One East Broward building.
So Ken, what, in general terms, what is considered a controllable versus an uncontrollable?
Salaries,
So salaries of building personnel, for example. So
yeah.
the security at the front door
things
would be
like
controllable.
certain things like like
Taxes, insurance, those
taxes,
kinds of things. Those are
yeah.
uncontrollables.
Insurance is uncontrollable.
That's uncontrollable.
Correct.
Taxes are uncontrollable. Okay, so utility costs uncontrollable.
You can control it. No, you can cap that.
You can cap?
Yep.
Okay. Do we know, and so I guess that's, do we know what's capped and what's not?
So we're taking down these questions, and we'll be able to address them on this evening's agenda item.
Okay.
I had the chart up on the screen, but the presentation disappeared.
Okay. Mr. Gross, do you differentiate between controllable and uncontrollable costs in your cap?
Yeah, I'd like to first address the issue that Ken just brought up.
Sure.
In the lease at One East Broward that was attached to the motion for tonight's review, there is no cap on operating expenses in the One East Broward lease. And that's what you're voting on tonight. I read that lease front to back, and there is no cap on operating expenses.
So we'll clarify that, but to answer the commissioner's question.
Yes, I'm sorry. Uncontrollable are taxes, ground rent, which we pay to the city of Fort Lauderdale, insurance, and utilities. Controllables would be payroll, salaries, repairs and maintenance, things that are within the control of the landlord.
Okay, so there is a differentiation even in his lease, okay.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about how the offices are furnished currently, please.
There is a big difference. I'll show you. 1 second, I've got to get this up on the screen. This is 444 suite that you're going to be voting on tonight. The lease proposal suggests that you are getting this in an as-is, where-is condition. It does not provide for any reimbursement for wiring, cabling, furniture, fixtures, or equipment. This is on the left is 1515 West Cypress Creek. On the right is One East Broward Suite 444.
You know, I toured One East Broward, all those floors. I don't remember seeing anything like this. Just to
Actually,
let you
I
know.
do, Mayor, because I toured that also. It's kind of what it looked like when I was there.
Well, not the floor that I saw.
Okay.
So
This is right off the pictures that are for 444. I didn't make this up. This is the pictures that are there.
okay.
So all that furniture that we see there, all these cubicles and all offices, workstations, all that is in place and available for us. So if we moved in there, we don't need to buy any furniture. We don't need to move any furniture.
It's available for immediate use. It's fully wired and cabled, and it's to a data center that can run 24/7, 365.
So Greg, explain to me, if you would please, what costs are going to be associated with us moving in related to all those other issues, and where our data center will be located if we move into the One East Broward building.
So we would be using some of the furniture that is across the street. In fact, we'd like to get that final determination because once we know if this is approved today, we can start bringing everything over as soon as that is ready. As far as the data center, we will use as much cloud-based as we do today, and we have migrated a lot of our data to other facilities that are city-owned. So we'd be having minimal data center needs. So we'll just have like a network room that connects us to the cloud. So does that answer your question?
When you say to other city facilities, which ones are we talking about? Are these Cat 5 rated facilities? Or are we
Yes,
putting it in like the EOC up at the airport?
So we have other other higher rated facilities such as a co-location site, and also we have the EOC as a data center as well. Those are two.
We have a co-location site. Tell me about that.
So it's a co-location site that we have always had, where it is a replication or a hot site of our data services.
Okay, so the whole idea, though, of having a hot site is not to duplicate what we already have there. So if our hot site is where we're locating our servers and that gets taken out in some type of an event, we've lost our hot site and our main site. Is that?
Wait, say that one more time about the hot site.
So a hot site is designed to provide an alternate location in case our primary servers are taken out by some type of an event. So if I hear you, you're telling me now that we're making our hot site our primary site.
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're not.
So you're moving, but now if I heard you, you said you're moving the servers to the location where the hot site is.
No, we're not.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
No, we're not. Right now, we
So the whole
function-
6th floor is where our servers are currently, right?
It's a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, so where is the 6th floor infrastructure moving to?
We're moving that to the cloud. A good portion of that is going to the cloud, and some portion of that will also go to our EOC, and some portion of that will go to our colo site.
That's what I just said. You're moving it to the co-location site.
We're moving to the EOC data center site.
Okay.
Which is a hardened site, and a replica of that will be at our co-location site.
Okay.
We will have minimal data center requirements because we're moving to the cloud with our ERP system September 1st.
Okay. What about all of our other systems besides just the ERP? We have, a variety of other systems for land use and so forth.
I would like to have that conversation in private, as it exposes the security nature of our systems, but we can certainly talk to you with our CIO and share with you what systems are being specifically migrated. But we have this cloud first philosophy that we will be moving everything as much as we can to the cloud.
No, and I think that's a great idea. In fact, I was very disappointed when we did the on-prem ERP, even though we put out an RFP for cloud-hosted ERP. I don't know how that got dropped in the acquisition process. I know you weren't here at the time, so. But yeah, that was always troubling to me. I think everything should be cloud-based at this point, but that's another location. Have we determined the cost of whatever cabling we need to do at 1 East Broward? Have we figured out all of our costs for move-in over there?
We have not. Right now, we're just presenting the lease. We're going to do more specifics should the City Commission look at approving this. We certainly, I anticipate maybe there's some minimal costs, but nothing substantive.
So minimal costs, I'd like to kind of know the cost before we make a decision on where we're going to rent. It seems to me I'd like to know how much we're going to incur. I want to know very least order of magnitude. Is that 50,000 is minimal? Is 500,000 minimal? What in your mind is minimal cost for all the prep work that we've got to do to move in there?
So I will tell you that the existing office space that we're proposing, the 1 East Broward, it was occupied by the state before. It has wiring, it has drops, it has already the infrastructure that's needed that connects to a data room, if you will. From the data room, we can connect, our network peripherals, and I don't anticipate having to do any rewiring. A lot of our hardware is also wireless, so today we can certainly leverage the wireless to connect to our system. So.
Hopefully it'll be better than the wireless we have in the 101 building where I can't connect.
Absolutely.
Here's how I connect my MiFi.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping whatever we do works better than that.
Yeah, definitely. We will. But right now, what we really need is a firm decision, because if this is the path that we will go, we will certainly make it the best experience possible for the elected officials to have right now, so that you have these inconveniences. We have inconveniences as well. We have even 4 people working inside of a room just to make payroll happen. So we really need to have that decision so that we can move forward.
Let me ask another question. So, Mr. Gross, what is the term that you are willing to offer us?
We've offered, in our best and final offer, we offered flexibility with the space from 41,000 or 47,000 square feet up to the 73,000 square feet. And we offered a term of 3 years and 2 one-year options.
Okay.
We're offering flexibility in term and space allocation.
Okay, and how does that compare, Greg, with what we're looking at with the West Marine sublease?
So far, they're looking at, I don't have the, maybe Ken can share the latest terms and conditions for that.
Because as I understand it right now, Kemet has the primary leaseholder, and then West Marine is a sublessee from Kemet, and then we're going to be a sublessee of the sublessee?
Again, as city manager said, those are sort of ongoing discussions as we're speaking, but generally speaking, the West Marine sublease would be approximately a 5-year term.
A 5-year term, because they're in for 7 years right now, right?
Right.
So, and so it would be a 5-year term with them.
5 years, yes.
Okay, and we can't leave early. If we get a new permanent city hall, then we're still stuck for 5 years?
You could leave early and sublease just like West Marine and Kemet did.
So it hasn't really been finalized yet with regard to that space?
No, that part is not. The only thing I will mention with regards to you asked about timing and so on and so forth. So the 1 East Broward space, the landlord, if there are ceiling tiles missing, landlord is delivering a turnkey.
Fourth floor. Okay. I just want to make sure we talk annex versus other space. Okay.
New paint, new carpet, ceiling tiles, so on and so forth. The only expense, again, would be some minimal wiring to connect to your system. And as Greg said, the furniture from City Hall would be repopulated into the 4th floor. So that there would be, and that space would be delivered to you August 1st.
August 1st to move in the 4th floor. Okay.
August 1st.
All right. Now, I guess it depends, because I know a lot of the furniture we have over in City Hall has seen better days. Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you my desk isn't going to get moved a second time. It's not going to survive. So, okay. All right. So, I brought this up last time. And we did not have a 4-1, by the way, consensus last time. Of course, Commissioner Beasley Pittman was not here at that point. So I would like us to reconsider that position that we took. And again, I want to be clear that I'm never suggesting that we move the public-facing employees out of downtown, whether that be commission staff, city manager's office, whoever interacts with the public on a daily basis, I absolutely agree, needs to be in our centralized downtown location. But again, I would stress that our internal service folks who only deal with each other need to be together, but they don't need to be downtown. And if we could look at space, I mean, we're looking at $42 a square foot versus $32 a square foot. That's huge. That's huge. $1 million a year, we're talking about how we're going to balance our budget and the things that we've got to cut out of our budget right now. We're looking at cutting out funding for events in Ms. Beasley Pittman's district. We're looking at reducing certain sizes of our operations. And yet we're going to spend an additional $1 million every year simply to keep employees that don't need to be downtown in downtown. I would say that the most fiscally responsible decision we could make is to relocate those folks, just like we have DSD up off of Sistrunk. We've got TAM in their own building, and it works fine. We don't need to keep people like the accounting department. Accounts payable doesn't need to be downtown. Treasury doesn't need to be downtown. So I would urge the commission to do the financially responsible thing and consider relocating staff to an area where they can work together in Class A office space, move in within a month to furniture that you can see is in great condition. It's available right now. We're not still negotiating like we are with West Marine. We don't know how that's going to turn out. That's going to keep everybody in cramped spaces until we do. This is quicker, easier, better, cheaper. There's no reason not to do it. And I would remind everybody that the employees that work for us don't live downtown. Most of them can't afford to live in the city, let alone in the downtown area. I've got folks coming in from Pompano. I've got folks coming in from other areas. They're coming from Plantation. They could more easily access this location right off of 95, between 95 and the Turnpike, than they can get to downtown. So again, the fiscally responsible thing, save $1 million a year for 3 to 5 years, is the West Cypress Creek location for, again, our internal service folks, keeping teams together, putting them in an area where they can work in a collaborative fashion. There's meeting rooms up there. There's workspaces that people can collaborate in. It's an ideal location. And for any of you that have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. So again, I would urge the commission, do the financially responsible thing and consider this location for the internal service folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue with our public comment. Mr. Gross, thank you so much. Mary Peliquin, you used up both your times. I gave you extra time. So Mary, followed by Steve Gannon, followed by Jenny Morehome.
Can I just make one comment, sir?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to reiterate.
Put the microphone on. Okay.
Pardon me?
Is the microphone on? Okay.
I believe it is.
What's the comment you'd like to make?
I just want to reiterate what Mr. Gross said, that we would be more than happy to negotiate. At the same time that you're negotiating with the other property, negotiate with us. We'll work with you in your figures and with our new best and final offer. That way it won't hurt you in negotiating with that company and that property and our property. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Kind of took me out of sync of what I was
It's
going to
okay.
say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I can provide clarity on the parking issue. So, you know, none of our staff uses that. We have 9 spaces that we provide to guests that come in for depositions, outside counsel, and this and such. City Parking Garage actually charges individuals that visit City Hall, and so we provide that as a we provide that to the guests of our litigation division when they come to our offices previously.
But I think what Commissioner Herbst was saying was that as part of those who occupy the space that we're going to be subletting comes with the proviso that the tenant has to pay $90 a month per space.
That's correct.
Okay, but are we going to have to pay that $90 even though we're not going to use it?
Yes, we do pay the $90 as tenants for the 9 spaces.
No, I'm not talking about the 9 spaces. I'm talking about
No, we don't pay for any other space except for the 9 spaces that we have reserved in the rider.
Okay, all right. Hi, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and all you other people up there. So, a little overwhelmed over that last presentation. My name is Mary Peliquin. I'm the president of the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. Of the 60 recognized neighborhoods in the city, 50 of them, maybe a little bit more now, are members of the council. So I'm really talking about the entire city, the neighborhoods of all the city. And you guys have just really talked about numbers quite a bit. I know they're very important. I understand that. But I'm going to talk about people for just a few seconds here. I had a career in human resources in the gaming and hotel industry. I have moved employees around quite a bit, and I know that toll that can take. But back to the council, I think in April, we actually had the council that had the last meeting the night before the flood in council chambers. And I remember kind of like grumbling about how difficult it was to walk in and out in the rain and stuff like that, and I so regret ever even saying that out loud. I really do miss those commission chambers. They were terrific for us to have our meetings. We had great IT support, and our meetings were recorded, and just things just like this right here. So we really do miss all that. Right now, we're holding our meetings in other venues where we're paying money. And it's like it's not a lot of money, but it adds up. And I'm sure that the council is not the only volunteer association that is doing that. So having said that, I'm really looking forward to the city finding a home with chambers that we can use again. I really am looking forward to that. Now, having said that, the people of the city, that belong to the council, need to get to wherever these chambers are or these meeting rooms are. And personally, for me, Cypress Creek is easier to get to than downtown. But that's not true of everybody else. I'm not sure. I've actually gone to those classes and stuff at those campuses. They're very nice, but I'm not sure what kind of public transportation there is as compared to downtown out there. Realize people are going to be coming from all over the city, from the opposite end of the city, from where those are. So it's something I wish that you would keep in mind. I know numbers are important. $1 million is a lot of money. But if it's going to be in a place that's going to be difficult for people to get to, it's not going to work very well for me, so I'm going to have to still go somewhere else. And then having moved employees from Miami to Fort Lauderdale, you would think that would have been a great thing. I can't tell you how many people we lost. We even moved into a much better facility. Same thing, I've moved people in the Bahamas from one island to the other. You lose a lot of people when you move. So if you're going to move people twice from downtown to Cypress Creek and back again, which I don't know that that's the plan, or if there is any kind of plan, probably not the best idea. And I do know that most employees probably do not live downtown. I do get that. They probably live very far away from downtown, and they could live a lot farther away from a less central location. Say they live in North Miami or way, way west. It's not necessarily an easier commute to go from west to that location, especially if there isn't public transportation. So that's pretty much what I want to say. You guys have kind of covered the parking. It seems like there's parking everywhere. And so I look forward to you making a timely decision and not dragging on forever and ever to get some space, some temporary space. So I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
Mary, could I just kind of interject for 1 second? So I understand your points that you're making about the civic associations wanting access. I agree completely. Again, I think we need to keep that presence in downtown. 100%, you and I are on the same page with that. But I would ask you, have you ever gone to the IT department? Does anybody that you're referring to ever go to, the Treasury Department or go talk to any of the accounting staff? Because these are the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that will never, ever meet the public. Not talking about folks that anybody is ever going to come to City Hall to see.
What I can say is I've never worked in government, so I don't know how all these departments work with each other. I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't know. I do know how they work in the gaming, food and beverage, and hotel industry. And pretty much that plan would not work in that environment. That's all I can really say. In the world that I know, which is not this world, that wouldn't work very well.
So in most of the corporate sector where I used to work and still have many, many contacts, we usually set up for these kinds of things a centralized service operation. And so typically what you would do is you would take all the back office support functions and you move them to a less expensive location. So for example, what I was talking about the last time is how most of the investment banks that are on Wall Street have moved all their back office support operations out of the city. You're not going to find any of the accounting staff on Wall Street. You're going to find them in New Jersey, you're going to find them in Brooklyn, you're going to find them out in Idaho, because nobody ever needs to meet with these people. No member of the public will ever walk in and go to the Treasury Department. There's absolutely no reason to ever do that.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. I mean, I would never suggest that we move out people that the public has to meet with for your reason.
I understand, but I can tell you at Hard Rock, where I worked, the guitar, the accounting staff is certainly not on the casino floor or, at a restaurant, or really not in that particular complex.
Right.
They're like, you could actually walk to where they are. They're in a separate building. And having been in human resources and been on the property, I can tell you I went to accounting all the time. So, but that's my business. That's the business I was in. So I don't know about government. That's a different thing.
The other comment, and it's a good one, about people commuting from other areas. I will tell you that it's easier to be on 95 and go from North Miami up to West Cypress than it is to get downtown. That driving up and down Broward Boulevard in rush hour.
You think it's easy to be on 95?
Yes, actually, it's a lot easier to take 95 from Broward to Cypress than it is to get from 95 to downtown on Broward Boulevard during rush hour.
But what if you're?
I've done it many times, I can tell you.
As have I.
Okay, but what if you're a person that relies on public transportation? I just don't know what it is out there. I don't know that TOPS goes there. I'm not sure. So
Actually,
that-
there's a tri-rail station right there. There's bus stations all around it, bus stops all around it. So it's actually accessible to transit-oriented
Okay,
development
well, that would be
location.
the only other thing I'd have to say, because I don't really know.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you,
all right,
Mary.
thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to know, so Commissioner Herbst, how many people are you talking about that you think should not be downtown? How many in those departments? I'm just wondering.
I believe when I talked with Greg, we were talking a couple of hundred. Is that correct? 150 or thereabouts?
I don't have those specific numbers.
Okay.
Because basically, I'd like to know the number, but I also wanted to correct one thing. Even though TAM have their own building in DSD, I would still consider that to be downtown, though.
Can I just make a comment with regard to that? You know, about 2.5 years ago, the city participated with the county when we were going to do a joint government center. We paid a significant amount of money to do a needs assessment for the space requirements and whether or not we should even bring together all the departments. And the conclusion of that study was that the synergy of having people under one roof made a lot more sense than keeping the disparate parts in different locations. We were going to bring in transportation and mobility. We're going to bring in all kinds of departments together, being able to bring back legal into one location. So I just wanted to bring that out to the commission to say that that study has already been done. And while we're speculating as to what's better and what's not good, and, you know, should people be able to interact with one another, just from an outsider objective point of view, that study has been done. We did make the assessment, and that was what the conclusion was. So, you know, that's one of the bases upon which I'm making my decision on what that study told us at that time.
I remember that one very well because I participated in it at the time. Actually, that was the third one that we've done.
Okay.
So we did one in 2007, one in 2012 or 2013, and then that third one. So I've been through this multiple times. And part of it is we always started from the position that we wanted to bring everybody together in order to reduce the cost of these various locations. So that was
But
one
also
of
the synergy of working with one another. So
Mayor, in all my years of working here,
yes,
trust me when I tell you there's no synergy between parking and accounting, that they need to be in the same building.
Well, maybe you should have been here more often than
I
not.
was in every department. That's one of the nice things about being the auditor is I visited every single location we have in the city, and I worked with departments in every single location. So yes, I actually do have experience in dealing with everybody in the city.
Okay.
But I can tell you that they're not getting together.
Okay.
And I think, Mayor, also, correct me if I'm wrong, but many times those folks are called upon to even maybe attend our meetings and to be close.
Well, they're called upon to attend my meetings.
Yeah.
The
Anyway,
department
let's
heads
move
are.
on.
The
Let's move
department
on.
heads
Yes.
are. The staff is not.
All right, come on, let's move on.
Okay, so I'm done, right? All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mary. Did you want to say something, Ken?
I just wanted to make a point of clarification because I didn't want the misconception out there of the quote-unquote, $1 million a year. What you're being asked to vote on tonight is roughly 16,000 square feet at One East Broward for your commission, chamber, city management staff, city attorney, et cetera. Ballpark, if the numbers are roughly $10 a square foot difference, that's $160,000 a year for 3 years. So
It's not chambers, it's for
I mean, for
elected officials.
elected
Yes.
commission. Sorry.
Right.
Yes.
And again, never contemplated them not taking the space, Ken. What I'm talking about is the other 4 floors in the West Marine section where all staff is going to go. I'm not suggesting that we don't take the
Understood. I'm just
space
saying
for.
the presentation that was presented doesn't have the full numbers
Right.
for the other spaces. So there were some assumptions made, and again, that
Right.
those numbers are going to be, those numbers for any of that West Marine space, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, and 4, are going to be less than what you're voting on tonight.
One thing I want to just share too, initially we were looking at 4 floors for the West Marine.
Right.
We're now just saying we're looking at 2.
2, right.
And another thing I want to just clarify, the proposal tonight includes almost 4,000 square feet that the city attorney currently uses. It's really only adding on the 4th floor.
And
which-
chambers.
No,
Not even chambers.
No, just the 4th floor that's on what's called the annex. It's not touching anything at all with West Marine.
Okay, so that's all we're voting on.
And that's for 28 office spaces. I want to also say I received some feedback that some offices need 4 spaces for each office. If I were to do the math, 4 times 5, 20, 20 out of the 28. So we're not really looking at,
Wait, commissioners need 4?
I received certain feedback from you all that some of you may need 4 office spaces.
Why? Well, first of all, if you're going to give 4 office spaces to one commission,
I have to do to
you
all.
need to do it to everyone.
Correct.
And secondly, why would we need 4 if we only have 3 of us in each office?
Well, I'm just bringing up this because if you all approve this tonight, I need to make sure that I'm equitable with everyone.
Right.
That I provide enough space for your operations. And so I'm just right now putting together all those details so that we can have again, equitable plan, something that we could use, something that you all can use to receive the public.
Well, we have a commissioner and we
2.
have 2 assistants. That's
Correct.
3.
3.
But we need a
Yes.
4th? All right, well, I think we should just realize we only need 3
Yes.
each, and then
Yes.
well, maybe that can help with your space planning.
I've yet to receive everyone's feedback, but I'm just right now putting that together. I'm doing the math as we get those feedbacks. If there's any additional thing, we will accommodate as best as possible.
Well, how are you going to know how to plan if we don't resolve how many spaces we need right now?
Well, that's something that you may want to all discuss right now.
If we're going to be
as well.
voting on this tonight, right?
Correct.
Well, I think we should decide what we need as a commission. We can't talk to each other outside this meeting.
Well, you shouldn't.
Right.
Right.
Well, why do we need more than 3 per commission office and the mayor? I'm just curious.
Is it because of the size of the offices? I mean, can we all agree that we just need 1 for each member of the commission and then 1 for each assistant? Is there anything more than that?
What was
Now
the
we only have
discussion for conference meeting space? Conference meeting space, is there a general location in that spot for conference
conference room
meeting?
that
board
We
meetings?
have on the 4th floor 2 conference rooms, and we can also make other conference rooms made available as well.
Is that helpful?
The others, you said you can make others available?
We can make other office spaces available and make them as mini conference rooms as well.
But right now, there are 2 conference rooms
There
available
are
to
2
us?
full conference rooms.
And
yes.
how many would be, what would be the occupancy of those conference rooms?
So based on my recollection, maybe around 12 to 15 people.
Oh, okay, fine. That's fine, thanks.
And I wouldn't need any of those conference rooms because my office is a conference room, so I wouldn't be competing with you guys.
I wouldn't need it either.
Okay, Steve Gannon, followed by Jenny Morhon, followed by Charlie Ladd, and then Ken, you've already spoken.
Hi,
Hello,
Steve
Steve.
Gannon, Lauderdale Beach. Speaking personally, briefly, I've worked for in a lot of environments, both in office, out of office. Last 10 years from home, the synergy from having an office of people together is well worth it. That's what I'm going to attest to. I'm also going to mention that we've heard our city manager mention that the performance is better, and we need to support him as he's responsible for the performance of staff. Also, I'm going to bite my tongue as I say this. $1 million is $1 million, but in a large budget like what we have, the benefits of maybe spending this extra $1 million on what we get from it, with people collaborating together, working together, and the throughput, is invaluable. And I know a lot of the folks that work from the city. Barbie and I attend a lot of meetings, and it does feel like a family. We think we want to keep that. There's something to that. If we try to go the other direction and squeeze extra money out of separately locating folks, the next step is, why don't we just outsource? You know, outsource different departments. You don't want that. You don't want everything. You want everyone to be together. So that's my vote.
And Steve, I would just say, I'm not sure, because I haven't seen the math or the numbers, but if we're saying 200, I don't know even know how many people we're talking about maybe moving north. But I'm not even convinced of the $1 million is what my point is to you. I'm not even sure it is that. So.
That's what I've heard too.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
I thought he was next going to say we can convert the commission to an AI program, but
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Jenny Morejon with the Fort Lauderdale Downtown Development Authority. And being that we're the Downtown Development Authority, we thought it was very appropriate and fitting to first say thank you for continued support so far for keeping City Hall downtown. I know this commission, many members in prior commissions have worked very hard to ensure that the federal courthouse remains downtown, that even recently when Broward County was discussing moving their official offices out to West Broward, we lobbied for them to stay downtown with the city's support. The school board, you know, great cities have civic institutions in the heart of their community, and downtown Fort Lauderdale is truly the county seat. There are so many efforts that we jointly work on to market this great city for new companies, for talent attraction, for a compact, walkable downtown with services that support employees. And so it is certainly our perspective that not only for the interim, but obviously the ultimate solution for downtown employees collectively is in the core and the heart of the city. It's accessible to almost every neighborhood within 5 to 15 minutes, being centrally located. The merits of downtown that we share to a national and international audience is that it's well connected to the airport, the seaport, Brightline. So really, besides all of the physical factors, I think we heard from speakers how important it is to have staff, no matter if they're back of house, front of house, public facing or not, to be in the urban core where they have access to other amenities that downtown provides and maintain that continuum of service for downtown employees, for the residents, the business owners, and the landowners that they serve. So in support of moving forward, not only for tonight, but to continue to bring and maintain all of downtown employees into the core. Thanks.
Thank you. Charlie Ladd?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. I come to you as a DDA board member along with Jenny, and I just want to voice our feeling as a DDA. We're here appointed by you to represent the downtown. As Jenny said, the city's presence in the downtown is every bit as critical as the county, the federal courthouse, the county courthouse, the school board. And our efforts over the last 25 years to make this downtown the center of Broward County, we need your affirmation that it truly is the center of Broward County. As we pursue funding to get the best solution we can for the Brightline at the river, and we pursue other initiatives to keep downtown and make it special, we need your vote of confidence to keep the city government here in the downtown. As a fellow building owner, I take my hat off to Mr. Gross for his tenaciousness. I too have had empty office buildings, and if my leasing people were as aggressive as you, our occupancy rate would probably be a lot higher, but the city belongs in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to wrap up two more comments. Please keep in mind that this is FEMA qualifiable, the rent. So look at this $1 million extra that was quoted. We have to verify those figures. Appreciate Commissioner Herbst bringing that up. This is money that would be probably reimbursed, number one. Number two, we keep things consistent. We can improve our retainment factor with employees. Also, just want to say that, again, prior to the flood, as we showed, we had 84,000 square feet. With this add-on, we're looking at 35,000 square feet, and we still have a need for space. So this is not done yet. We still have to come back for the first and second floor of the annex, and we're doing as much as possible to see how many people can keep working from home and just come in as needed for different face-to-face meetings or interactions with the public.
Okay, thank you. Now, no, we're not taking any action right now. That would be tonight, correct?
Correct. These are all items for you to consider for today's vote.
Okay.
One comment or question.
Go ahead.
Again, I heard, as far as FEMA is concerned, possibility or probably reimbursed. If it's not reimbursed, how are we going to fund that? Where does the money come from to pay for the rent?
A general fund. And we have appropriated that funding in the budget.
Thank you.
Moving on to CF2. Oh, I'm sorry.
We all get it.
We can discuss more tonight if you want.
No, but I do. I
You
want
want to talk about it? Okay, go ahead.
I guess Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Who?
Prasnow, as well as well. First of all, let me you come on up. And I don't know who could answer this, but I want to start by saying, members of Kaplan, first of all, thank you for your presentation. And I think the word that comes to mind is your passion. You're very passionate about the property, and I do appreciate that. You quoted, Commissioner Herbst quoted $1 million. That's a differential. The couple questions that come to mind is that $1 million differential if we moved everything over there, including chambers? Or is it just like the peripheral things that Commissioner Herbst was talking about? What would that $1 million differential be? Or city manager, do you know?
I'd have to understand more about how the $1 million got. I think, Commissioner, you mentioned. Okay.
But
we'll look at that.
But that's moving everything over. Now, I think we need to have a few. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think as we look at this, Commissioner Sturman, this is cost for suites 1 to 4. So that doesn't include the commission space in the annex.
Okay, a couple things I think we could agree on. We do need to keep downtown as a core. We do need to keep it as the face of our community. And I think even if maybe we could look at some things cheaper, but the question is, if we're only going to put a small percentage, that $1 million is a much smaller number. If it's only a couple little things there, maybe the economies of scale don't justify that. So my thought is exactly what that number is and exactly what percentage we'll be going over. If Kaplan can do a much smaller number, I don't know if they'd accommodate just a piece of what it is. And if they can't, maybe that savings is not going to be, it might not translate into making it worthwhile. Something that we could talk about tonight.
Were there any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else from the commission have any comments? Okay. CF2, audit of internal controls over ordering information technology services and/or equipment. Mr. City Manager.
Sure, that's the auditor's report.
Pat Riley, City Auditor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Our office performed an audit of the internal controls over the information technology services and equipment. The audit was requested by the City Manager. The audit was prompted by an internal investigation that occurred in 2022, and it was handled by the IT services, where it was discovered that an employee had circumvented the internal controls over the operations of obtaining services, and it was then brought to a request by the police department, and now currently is with the state attorney's office the case. IT services department is responsible for ordering all IT services and equipment, and they service all the city departments. Overall, our office found that the internal control environment is in place and working as intended, but it can be strengthened additionally through a couple of items we saw and a couple of audit observations that we noted. We identified one audit finding that we considered important to report that dealt with lack of confirmation that the ordered IT services and equipment had been received by the requester and working as expected. Our recommendation to that is to have evidence of receipt of the IT services and the equipment delivery by the requester. As mentioned, there's a couple of other what we call audit observations that we felt that could improve some of the or enhance some of the operations. One being the city's policy and standards manual, PS 93.2 is outdated and should be updated to reflect the IT's procedures and their control environment and document what the policies are for the IT services and equipment purchases. The second item was the city department's not reviewing monthly Verizon cell phone invoices. The IT services does review the grand total of each month's bill, looking for differences between prior months, but not really reviewing that. And what's important is, we feel that the city departments who are really the beneficiaries of the cell phones, that each department should look at what they have and verify that what we're paying for is correct. And right now, they do that on a yearly basis, but we recommended that on a quarterly basis, they should take a look at that. The third observation that we had was that the current IT equipment and service ordering spreadsheet does not account for tracking the aging of the order tickets. And what we're really saying there is we just think that the policy should include establishing the completion timeframes for the tickets. In addition, the tickets should be tracked against a standard so that we know that the services and the equipment are delivered, installed, and working within the established goals of getting those services and equipment out. I wanted to thank Tamika McKay, Director of Information Technology, and her staff for assisting us with the audit. Management concurs with the audit recommendations and plan to address it. And at this point, this completes my audit presentation. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to address them now.
Any questions of the auditor?
I just would like to know from the auditor and also city manager, so we are moving forward with those enhancements that have been recommended?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, last on the agenda is the discussion regarding Miami Beckham. Mr. City Manager, or is it Mr. Spence? Mr. Spence.
That would be me. So, Mayor, on June 20th, Miami Beckham came before the City Commission, and the City Commission extended an offer with regards to the parking that you asked their General Counsel, Pablo Alvarez, to take back to their principals and get back to the City Commission. On the 22nd, 2 days later, mediator Jack Seiler sent the city, or sent my office rather, a list of what I would call a counteroffer. We accepted the counteroffer with a couple of caveats. One of the items that they requested is, and their number 3 was, although a parking extension through the end of the season was discussed, we should be discussing a parking extension until the commencement of construction as of 2024. I advised in my response that I would need to bring that back, as the parking was one of the conditions that the City Commission set forward. So I'm asking, pursuant to this agreement, that you provide us with authorization to discuss this, to negotiate this term as part of the mediation moving forward for continued parking beyond the end of the season. I also want to note at this time as well that I've filed a claim for the general Miami Beckham issue under the city's risk management program, and pursuant to state statute 768.28, we can now have discussions in closed doors with regards to the terms of negotiations. So, with regards to the comprehensive agreement, we can deal with those matters in a closed door session with the City Commission. But I'm just asking for direction with regards to the parking and the mediation at this moment.
So the original issue with regard to the parking was because we thought it was going to slow down the progress of the construction of the park. So with this request, will this in any way slow down the progress of the construction of the park?
What they want to discuss is that they have parking up until the beginning of the construction of the park. So presumably it will not, but I think that's probably something that we can discuss during mediation with the parties.
John, what are your thoughts on this?
So my thought is that, as Mr. Spence has outlined, the additional year is something that I think is a negotiating item during mediation. Certainly, I would not want to agree to extending parking for the balance of next year and then find ourselves at impasse again during the mediation process. If that were to happen.
When does the year end? When does their season end?
So their season ends in October, and when they said through the end of the season, I actually, discussed with them running it through the end of the year, because we do have the one bowl game that we want to play in December. So I thought it made more sense to extend parking until the end of the calendar year.
Is that which bowl is that?
The Beach Bowl.
Oh, the Beach Bowl, right?
The new one that we just approved recently. And so, we came back and we said, no, we're good through the end of the year. I don't want to create any parking issues.
End of 2024.
The end of 2023. 2023, right.
Right.
And their request then is for an extension then for the subsequent year, which would cover next year's game and season, which I'm happy to consider as, again, something that we talk about during the mediation process. That needs to be part of our larger settlement.
All right, but just to make sure I understand this correctly, Greg, you had indicated to us that the design were not going to be 100% ready until September of 2024, correct?
We actually had a meeting last week.
Yes.
And we actually looked at a more compressed schedule.
Okay.
That maybe by spring of 2024, there
Okay.
could be something.
There could be something. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any way that we can get, and that's fine, so to the end of the year, I think we're all agreed on that? Okay. So is there any way we can have them make a presentation to see where we are? Because I think the commission should weigh in on what the design looks like, and we can have public comment. People from the community can weigh in on it, say, help massage this whole site plan. Do you think? I think that's appropriate, don't you think, John?
Absolutely. And what we're looking at is bringing the design in at 30%.
Yeah.
30% is still broad enough that it allows for the commission
And
to
it
weigh
gives
in.
the community an idea what we're looking
Yes, absolutely.
at. Okay.
30% we expect, I believe 30% will be in September.
Okay, September of this year?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe one of the September meetings, the conference meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right, so there's consensus on extending the parking till the end of 2023, correct? Yes. Okay, and when is the Beach Bowl? I forgot. When is that again?
In December, I don't remember the exact date.
28th.
The 28th.
December
28th of December.
Oh, right after Christmas, or between 28th of
28th,
December.
yes.
So anyone's planning on going on a cruise, I would suggest canceling that cruise.
Okay.
Okay. All right, it's 4:45, everybody. So
Mayor, just for clarification, so we do have authorization to
Yes,
continue?
yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
So let's do commission reports.
Mayor, I have something I'd like to just discuss on this issue,
Oh,
on this
okay,
item.
go ahead.
I really appreciate it.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I did send a memorandum to city staff, including the city manager, interim city attorney, city auditor, and city clerk, because I had a lot of feedback from folks when there were a lot of articles, and I just wanted to say that I just need clarification from city manager, city attorney, staff on some of these issues. On Wednesday, the 21st of June, which is the day after we last met, the Sun Sentinel and WPLG Channel 10 both reported on, quote, construction, unquote, at Drive Pink Stadium. And the city issued a warning to Miami Beckham United in the form of an email from the city attorney's office. The media reports occurred within minutes of the email going from the city attorney's office, basically claiming that Inter Miami was adding seats without a permit. So this was concerning to me. I had heard that discussion the day before at our city commission meeting. I know that Commissioner Herbst did ask Mr. Alvarez about seating, asked if he had pulled a permit for the additional 3,000 seats, asked if building permits were paid. I believe he asked if there was a construction trailer on site for that work, and if the building permit fees were going to be paid for that expansion. So that did concern me, because then the next day, this letter goes out to Inner Miami, and the press immediately picks up on it 2 minutes after it was distributed. The letter basically said, Stephanie, as I am sure that you are already aware, the city is in the process of red tagging the stadium as the new seating is being actively installed in violation of the Florida Building Code. This is indeed disappointing, as I was advised that you all had a meeting earlier this week to discuss the requirements of the permit with building and fire. Just so we are clear, continuing to work once a stop work order has been issued can be an arrestable offense. An arrestable offense. There is no reason at all why work should have been commenced without an approved permit, and I would hope that work will not continue. We are requiring that Inter Miami follow the laws of the state and the city that we ask all property owners in the city to do. If you could please speak to your client, that would be appreciated. And that was then signed by Rhonda Hassan, Assistant City Attorney. I don't know about you, but I found that very concerning. And then there was a lot, as I mentioned, of the press that happened right after that. So I did request these emails because I wanted to just understand, I wanted some clarity as how a letter like that could go out to our partner, especially when we had a pretty good meeting, but we had already seen impasse once. I do not want to see impasse again. I want the city to get what it needs to get, what we deserve to get, but I also want to be able to work with our partners in not a confrontational manner. So I have some questions. City Attorney, why didn't this email come from you?
So my understanding is that the Assistant City Attorney received a call from the building official providing a heads up that an inspector would be sent out to investigate reports of construction out at Miami Beckham at the Drive Pink Stadium, and that the intent of the email was to inform myself and Ms. Toofaker of that pending inspection and the possibility of the red tagging of the facility. I am aware that prior to that email, our office and Ms. Hassan had sent emails to Stephanie following up on this issue and had not received a reply, and so this was just a follow-up on that as well.
Mr. Spence, the email said the city is in the process of red tagging the stadium as the new seating is being actively installed in violation of the Florida Building Code. That was not true, correct?
To my knowledge, the city was not in the process of red tagging. They were
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the allegation that the new seating is being actively installed in violation of the Florida Building Code.
To my understanding from city management, they sent inspectors out and determined that that was not correct.
Was not correct. Okay, so this email was sent out, a harsh email, talking about arrestable offenses with no verification prior, no confirmation.
It seems to be the case.
Okay. I'm going to get into some emails in a little bit, because actually I thought we knew the day before this email was sent out, the day that we met on the 20th. On the 20th, I'll get to these emails later, where there were conversations between Commissioner Herbst and our building official, Mr. Travers, where Mr. Travers said he was actually at the site on Tuesday, the day of our commission, and there was really nothing going on. So I don't know, but I'm going to ask that question. I want to know how it went from that. How did we make the leap from Mr. Travers being out there on Tuesday, not seeing anything, and yet the next day, we're sending this threatening email to our partner? Can someone tell me why, first of all, why did we make that leap? Why, if Mr. Travers went out on Tuesday, is Mr. Travers here?
Mr. Travers here.
I would love to find out why, if Mr. Travers was out there on Tuesday, why the next day, Wednesday, this letter went out. I don't understand that.
Mr. Travers, can you approach the podium?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all of you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm John Travers, your building official. We had a meeting scheduled on Tuesday, the 20th at 10 a.m. in the morning to meet with the Inter-Miami personnel to talk about the ability to place additional seating at the northeast and the southeast corners of the stadium. When that meeting was concluded, and basically we talked about the requirements that would be necessary, how they could go about doing that, and exactly what it was that they were intending to install. We were informed at that meeting that they had procured some temporary seating from the F1 performance that was done at the Hard Rock during the Formula One event. And they informed us that they had rented that equipment. The fire plans examiner, Mr. Strandhagen, Captain Strandhagen, myself, the assistant deputy of the DSD, Mr. Al Battle, was there, along with my chief structural inspector, Bill Kramer. We went over the details of exactly what they wanted to do and how we could work with them in terms of allowing something like this to go on. First of all, they wanted to have temporary seating, so we discussed the fact that it would be possible to issue an event permit rather than a permanent structure permit. We also talked about the fact that there were going to be several different factors involved in order for those two sections to be put up. And that included accessibility, means of egress, satisfying both the fire marshal and myself that the structures were completed to a point that they would be safe to occupy. At the conclusion of that meeting, we had clear direction that we had issued to them as to what they needed to do to move forward with that. As I left that meeting with my chief structural inspector, I noticed that there was a flatbed tractor trailer there that had a lot of shoring equipment similar to what goes on underneath stadium seating. So I actually took a picture of that, and when I returned to my office, I informed my assistant building official over code enforcement, Mr. Joe Pasquarello, to go out to the site and to see if in fact they were actually assembling this seating. So a little bit later that afternoon, Mr. Pasquarello informed me that both he and the assistant city manager, Mr. Fajardo, were going to visit the site and take an inspector with them. At the end of that visit, they informed me that no, they were just unloading the equipment and storing it. So there was no need for me to pursue it any further at that time, other than to wait for the permit to be submitted so that we could review structurally and fire in order to allow that assembly to take place. As recently as 2 o'clock this afternoon, I've had an inspector return to the site. The materials are still in storage. They put them behind some screening so that they're not out visible to everybody, but there's been no assembly of any kind. And the permit application, although it has arrived at building services, there's comments from both fire and from our structural people as to corrections that need to take place. Apparently they copied a lot of information from the F1 competition that took place, and they never bothered to update it to the city of Fort Lauderdale. So it mentions Miami-Dade County as being the authority having jurisdiction. And that was one of the comments that we made, that they need to redo that application and give us accurate information on exactly what they submitted.
So all of this was verified prior to the 442 email from the city attorney's office about arrestable offenses and red flagging the stadium.
So the commission needs to know that as part of my duty as building official, I felt obligated to at least let the city attorney's office know that we were going to send an inspector out to take a look and see whether or not they were assembling this, and that subsequent meeting out there with the inspector, with the assistant building official, verified that they were offloading the equipment, but that there was no assembly going on. But I did feel an obligation to at least let the city attorney's office know that there was something going on out there and that we were going to follow up
Yes,
on it.
and I'm glad you did. I just don't understand how it went from that, and then it leaped to the allegation that all of that work was indeed happening, although it wasn't, and that these might be arrestable offenses. But I will also say I saw a photo that you sent, because I know that Commissioner Herbst asked you on Wednesday the 21st at 3:52, prior to the attorney office's email, saying, kindly send me copies of the pictures from your visit to Lockhart showing the activity taking place. And then you did. You took a picture. You sent the picture from the day before, Tuesday, of the flatbed truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was it. And so you were not confirming that there was any activity going on. So again, I'm perplexed, because if you go back to the day before when we had our commission meeting, actually during our commission meeting, Commissioner Herbst did write to the city attorney's office, quoting what Mr. Alvarez said about having the capacity to add more seats and trying to do it. But then the email goes on and says, please be advised that the building official has visited the site and observed work going on as described above. But that's not true based on what you just said. That's just not true. You just told us that you had the inspector go out on Wednesday, and you yourself went out on Tuesday and didn't notice any activity. But the email from Commissioner Herbst on June 20th at 2:06, while we were in our commission meeting, is saying that you did see the activity going on as described. And then going on and saying further, finally, no building permits have been paid for the expansion. And then he, meaning you, again, this is Commissioner Herbst's words, he, meaning you, Mr. Travers, is not inclined to grant them a permit absent payment of the prior outstanding permits, and their seeming disregard for obtaining new permits. So all of this, from what you're telling me now, this is all incorrect information that's being sent to either, again, Assistant City Attorney Hassan, but this email is just full of incorrect information that I'm thinking is leading to that email that went out from Assistant City Attorney Hassan, because Commissioner Herbst says in an email, looks like construction activity to me. And I'm wondering if that's what prompted that email that I just find just outrageous. So who provided, did you only send to Assistant City Attorney that one photo of that flatbed truck?
Commissioner Glassman, if I could just, Assistant City Manager Anthony Fajardo, I just wanted to add a little bit of clarification to the timeline on the Wednesday when we became aware there may have been activity going on at the stadium.
Yes. What time was that?
So if you recall, we were attending the groundbreaking.
Yes, in Flagler Village.
And I got on the phone, so I went back through my phone records just to see where everything landed. I got on the phone with Joe Pasquarello, the assistant building official, at 4:21, called John after I was done with that call, then called Stephanie and her people to just put them on alert. When Joe Pasquarello and I decided that we would be the ones to go out there, he would be there acting in an official capacity as the assistant building official and be able to do any inspections, and I wanted to be out there just to visually see it for myself. We weren't finished with that until about 4:55.
And the email went to Inter Miami at 4:42.
4:42, exactly.
Before you were even finished verifying whether these accusations were correct.
That is correct, but I think what I'm trying to illustrate is that up until that point, there wasn't an exact knowledge from the other people involved that construction was not happening. The video that had been posted online by the media looked like that's what was going on, but when we went out to the site, it was clearly that's not what was occurring.
So, Anthony, and I appreciate that information, Channel 10, WPLG, and the Sun Sentinel, literally within minutes of that email going from our city to Inter Miami, had coverage of this immediately. Any idea how that happened?
I cannot answer that question.
But none of it was true. And front page story, city, whatever, warns Inter Miami about construction activity and more bad press. And again, not a good thing. We're supposed to be negotiating in good faith. So does anyone know how the media knew about this in 2 minutes? No? Okay.
Commissioner Glassman, no.
Yes.
I asked
Yes.
Susanna, and she did not.
Well, she's
provide
not going to reveal her
Yeah.
source. I thought maybe we would know internally. So, City Attorney, was Ms. Hassan directed to send that email by anyone on staff or the commission, or did she just take it upon herself to send it with no verification of what she was alleging was true?
I can't say if she was directed by anyone. She was not directed by myself.
We don't know anyone else directed her to send that email before verifying?
As stated, she sent the email after having the conversation with John Travers.
But he just told us that he confirmed that that activity was not happening.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why don't we ask Ms. Hassan to come up here and let's hear it from her as to how that email was generated, and if you have any information as to how the press would have gotten a hold of it.
Thank you, Mayor. Second question is the easiest one. I have absolutely no idea how the media would have gotten a hold of that. I don't have any contacts with the media, don't even read the Sun Sentinel, nor watch Channel 10. So that's a non-issue, didn't forward that to anybody in the media. In terms of the preparation of the email, I had a conversation with the building official. He advised at the time that he was sending out an inspector to red tag the property. So I, in response, said, well, I'm going to update the city attorney, and I'm going to include Stephanie. And it was worded as such because the day prior, at the commission meeting, Commissioner Herbst had asked Ms. Toothaker if she was aware that seats were being stacked and added onto the property, and she said no. Unbeknownst to me, Commissioner Herbst and other members of city administration already had pictures to show that that was the case. So
What was the case?
That they were not being assembled, or they were being assembled?
not being assembled, I didn't say that. They were being placed in, she was asked if she had any knowledge that there were seats being delivered to the site, not that there was construction going on. She said she had no knowledge. Commissioner Herbst already had pictures of the site from Tuesday and other members of the staff. I didn't.
What kind of pictures?
I don't know. I didn't have them.
Because I've only seen one when I did my records research. I only had that one photo that Mr. Travers sent to Commissioner Herbst of just a flatbed truck with some stuff on it.
That may have been the picture. I'm not in receipt of those pictures. Was not in receipt. Had no knowledge either at that time. Found out at the end of the conference meeting. I tried to call Ms. Toothaker, didn't pick up. I sent her an email on Tuesday before the infamous Wednesday email saying, hey, there are photos of the.
One photo.
Okay, one photo, maybe, yes, photo or photos. Again, I'm not in possession of the one photo, that they're out there. And again, I'm sure Commissioner Glassman, you already have that email as well from the day before, indicating I understand that you've been meeting with city staff. You have to get the permit before you install everything. So I sent the email on the Wednesday because Mr. Travers said that he was going to send out someone to red tag the structure, and so that's why I sent the email.
So, Mr. Travers, you did say you were going to red tag the structure?
I'm sorry, can you repeat, sir?
So you did say you were going to red tag the structure, the stadium?
I had informed my assistant building official that if assembly was going on, that we should issue a stop work order.
Oh, if it was going on.
Yes, sir.
So that's different than what we just heard, though. That we were just told that you were going to red tag the stadium.
No, my words were, if there's assembly going on,
No.
that we will issue a stop work order.
All right,
There's no permit.
That's really very helpful. So while you're there, did you actually say on the 20th that the work was going on. I'm going to read this email from June 20th, 2:06 p.m. while we were in session, actually. Commissioner Herbst quotes what Inter-Miami said, quote, "We have already contracted to fill in the corners of the stadium that should increase capacity by approximately 3,000 to 3,200 seats. We're gearing up to do that work in the next 4 weeks." But then, right after that, we're gearing up to do that work in the next 4 weeks. Commissioner Herbst says, "Please be advised that the building official has visited the site and has observed that work going on as described above." Is that true?
I can't speak for what Mr.
No, but I mean,
Commissioner
but I
Herbst
mean, is
said.
it true? Is it true that you went to the site and observed that work of the installation of the seats?
I have stated what I observed, and that was that a flatbed had arrived with materials to provide the shoring for the underside of the additional seating.
Okay.
And that's why I sent an inspector out to see if it was being assembled or not.
Okay. Thank you. And Ron, I just want to, you did mention what was said the day before on the 20th. I have that transcript, so just so you know, I actually brought up the extra seats that we might need. I brought that up. Commissioner Herbst said, actually, I'm quoting, "Actually, you bring up a really good point, Commissioner Glassman. So I'd like to ask Mr. Alvarez, have you pulled a building permit for those additional 3,000 seats and paid the building permits related to those, as well as the associated parking requirements associated with the additional seats?" And then he goes, and Stephanie at that point said, "We've not started construction on the additional seats. We've not pulled a permit, and we have not started construction." Again, I'm not repeating myself, I'm repeating what she's just said. Commissioner Herbst then says, "Is there a construction trailer out there right now for it?" So again, there's this disconnect. So Rhonda, did anybody direct you to send that email to Inter-Miami, basically telling them that they were in violation of Florida Building Code and that they might be facing an arrestable offense?
No?
Okay, so you just did that on your own?
Yes?
Did you speak to the interim city attorney or run it by him first, or the city manager?
No?
Just did it on your own?
Yes?
Okay.
And again, I mean, if we're wordsmithing the different conversations and such that were had, I certainly wouldn't have phrased my email such if the intent was that the building department was going out to investigate whether or not a red tag was appropriate. All I did was, from my conversation with John, which I understood him to say, he was sending out an inspector to red tag, not to investigate, because the investigation, of course, the natural flow of that conversation would be to say, fine, when you get the results of that, let me know, and then I can update the city attorney and Inter-Miami. But that was not the case, and that's why I sent the email that I sent.
Okay. Now, I never did receive a copy of that email that was sent. Did any of the commissioners or the mayor receive a copy of that letter? I didn't see it until I did my records request.
No, sir, no. Commissioner Herbst did receive a copy of that email.
So you sent only one commissioner a copy of that email that went to Inter-Miami?
Yes, sir, since he's the commissioner that you all have designated.
I did not designate anybody, just so you know, but that's okay. I just want to know, you didn't feel that a letter that strong maybe should be shared with the commission, or at least even the mayor?
Again, my intent was to update my boss, the interim city attorney, and to let Ms. Toothaker know what I understood was going to happen that day.
Right, but by the way, it's really not an update to the city attorney, because the email that you sent at 4:42 was sent to Stephanie Toothaker. Your boss was just copied on the email. And that was the first time he ever saw it, or heard of it, or knew of your inclination to send it as a copy, as a CC?
Yes, well, I think you've already asked me that.
Okay. Greg, there's an email that you also sent several times, but at least Wednesday, June 21st at 5:19, that makes it sound like you weren't even aware of the email that went out on Wednesday at 4:42. You had no inclination of it, or you're not shown it, or you didn't know about it?
No, I was not aware of that email.
But you
I
were not
came
aware.
to find out later.
Okay.
So the only people that got the email were Stephanie Toothaker, Commissioner Herbst, and who, and the.
And a CC to Mr. Spence.
Okay.
That was it.
And the Sun Sentinel.
Well, Sun Sentinel and Channel 10 had it, and not only did they have it immediately, they wrote an article immediately online, and immediately Channel 10 got it right on TV. Right on TV. So, Mr. Spence, do we typically make it a policy to issue a stop work order prior to confirming and verifying that work is actually being done?
Actually, that would be a question for the building official.
Okay, is there a process for that? I mean, it seems like a very, that's a drastic action to do a stop work order. Don't we go through some sort of process or to verify and confirm?
Commissioners, I had stated earlier, I instructed an inspector to go out there to verify what was being done and to determine whether or not a stop work order should be issued.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to go through just a couple of quick emails that I have questions about, and then I'm going to wrap this up really quickly, and I thank you for the time, Mayor. But again, I've read the one on Tuesday, June 20th during our commission meeting where I feel that that's just not true about what's being said about the building official. Again, he did not say that anything about the permits, nor did he confirm that construction activity was taking place on site as alleged in the emails. In fact, again, he only sent that one picture of the flatbed truck. Next. There were a lot of back and forth between our PIO office, and it seemed that basically no one really had a sense of what was happening. So Mr. Spence, our interim city attorney, on Wednesday, 10:09 p.m., basically says, it's my understanding that Ms. Hassan was advised by city staff of reports of construction activity at the stadium. But we just heard that that's not true. So I don't understand why that would even be in an email, that people would think that they were advised of that construction activity going on at the site when that did not happen.
So, Commissioner, where is this going?
It's going to almost be over. I'm going to say that I feel that we are we're at a very delicate point now with Inter-Miami. I don't want to see us again reach a point where we hit impasse. I don't want to see, bad faith negotiation. I'm seeing through these series of emails that it's almost like there's an attempt to say gotcha when we don't even have proof. I don't know how you can be negotiating in good faith if you're sending emails saying, looks like construction activity to me, and then we're sending out emails to Inter-Miami claiming all of these offenses that are not true. I think going forward, because also what I noticed in these series of emails, it's very clear that only one of us is being asked for opinions, asked for city positions on how to move forward with negotiations. I believe very strongly that going forward, Mayor, you need to be the one in the negotiation room. You are the one who speaks on behalf of the city in an emergency or any other issue. I also believe that the interim city attorney should be in the room where it's happening. The two of you should be negotiating from here on in whenever these negotiations start up again, whenever mediation starts up again. We're at a delicate point. The world is watching. This is not just about getting a park built. It's not just about paying demolition fees or permit fees. The world is watching Fort Lauderdale right now and how we behave because of who's coming to the team. So we have to be spot on. We have to know exactly what we're doing, and we have to do this in unison. So if all of us if all of us cannot be in the room together, then the mayor should be in the room with Inter-Miami, along with the city attorney. I mean, I'm not even going to get into the back and forth. There were during our commission meeting, there were sidebars going on between the city attorney and Commissioner Herbst, emails back and forth while we were actually, just before we were meeting with Inter-Miami, during our conference meeting, they were going back and forth and saying things that didn't even make any sense, because Commissioner Herbst is talking about the comprehensive agreement and altering the site, and then the city attorney is emailing him back and saying things like, well, with regards to permitting, I think you have summed it up accurately. But that's not true, because it was not summed up accurately what was happening with regards to permitting for the extra seats. So there's a lot of information that's just not correct. It's not, I have to question the veracity of these emails going back and forth between the city attorney and also Commissioner Herbst. So again,
I know, Mayor, you don't want to elongate the conversation, but I would like you to go into those actual emails so that, I mean, I pride myself on giving good legal advice to our clients. I mean, I understand completely if you don't have the time to do that, but particularly if the commissioner is suggesting that I stated something incorrect.
Okay, I can, very, very well. 257.
So what you're saying is that you're not comfortable with the representatives of the city in these discussions, and you want to change those? Is that what you're getting at?
Correct. Mrs. San, who I have utmost respect for, and I've always really appreciated her work over the years, I think that sending an email to Inter-Miami accusing them of something that was just not true before even verifying or confirming, and then saying, you know, you're subject to arrestable offenses, that, in my opinion, just disqualifies her from sitting in the room and negotiating in good faith with Inter-Miami. That's one. And then the other emails that I've been reading back and forth between Commissioner Herbst and Interim City Attorney Spence, and then also between Commissioner Herbst and our building official, John Travers, it's just very clear to me that that also is not acting in good faith. So I'm requesting that as a commission, we say that the mayor, going forward, needs to be in the room. The mayor needs to be in the room. Mayor, you did not even get a copy of that email that went to Inter-Miami accusing them of construction work on the site and possible arrestable offenses. You're the mayor, and you did not even receive a copy of that email. I mean, if that doesn't get you crazy, why should I be the only one that's crazy about that? So that's why you need to be in the room, Mayor. You're the mayor. So I've made my point, and I know that City Attorney is asking me to read that, and I'd be happy to, if you'll indulge me. But on June 20th at 2:57, Mr. Spence wrote to Mr. Herbst and said, the comprehensive agreement is not clear on the process for altering the site. With regards to permitting, I think you have summed it up accurately. What he was referring to was the email prior to that at 2:06 on the 20th while we were in session that Commissioner Herbst sent saying, again, regarding the permits, please be advised that the building official has visited the site and observed work going on as described above. But we just heard that that's not true. The team has not applied for permits for the additional construction, nor do they have parking for the additional guests. And finally, no building permit fees have been paid for the expansion. He's not inclined, meaning the building official, Mr. Travers, he's not inclined to grant them a permit absent payment of the prior outstanding permits. So that was the discussion. Oh, and their seeming disregard for obtaining new permits. Their desire for expansion of the stadium may obviate the need to consider the previously proposed escrow arrangements. And then Mr. Spence wrote, the comprehensive agreement is not clear on the process for altering the site. With regards to permitting, I think you have summed it up accurately, but I don't agree. He did not sum it up accurately because all of that was bogus, the claims of the expansion and the seating and the permits.
If the emails are read in context, my advice to the commissioner was with regards to the requirement for permitting, not the status of construction out at the site. So I accurately informed him that the comprehensive agreement does not address the request for additional seating or alteration of the site. So I stand by my emails.
Okay, no, I'm fine. And I I appreciate that clarity. Thank you. So again, Mayor, again, we are at a very sensitive time now with a partner that's just constructed a $170 million stadium. I think from what I've been reading in all of the information that I've been able to gather, and then seeing that email that went out, I just think it is so very important that from this point on, it's you and Mr. Spence sitting in mediation. That's all. Thank you for your time. And thank you to the commission for listening.
Okay. Do you have any final comments, Rhonda?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts on this?
I am standing on my original suggestion that Mr. Herbst continue to do a mediation. I have a problem with this conversation. I believe that there's times we go back and we search for things and we are not considering conversations in real time. It's easy to go back and pull documents and read them and interpretate them without what's going on in the actual real time. Commissioner Glassman, you said that the world is watching us and what's going on right now. I don't quite understand what the drive is or what the intention is. However, I would like to say that this commission, I believe that we have integrity. The Rhonda and the others, they have integrity. I believe that there may have been some miscommunication, but what I'm hearing right now seems like there is an interpretation of some type of plot that has transpired, and I'm uncomfortable with that. I think when we come and bring information to the dais, I think it should be presented in a manner where individuals can make a decision without it being a driving force to change the minds of city neighbors and this commission. That's my thought on this.
Commissioner Sturman, do you have any thoughts?
I'm not an attorney. I don't pretend to be one, but it seems like maybe that letter should not have gone out, and that's the end of that. Regarding who's negotiating on our behalf, we are going to be looking like having a closed-door session. Maybe we should be discussing some of that there. But going forward, until that happens, I reaffirm John negotiating on our behalf.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, I'm not going to dignify most of that with any response because, candidly, it's exceedingly unprofessional, but I'll leave that aside. I just want to say to Rhonda, I'm sorry that you're receiving this kind of abuse from one of my fellow commissioners. I appreciate everything that you've done. You have been an outstanding partner in the negotiations, and you have my appreciation for that. Same to you, John, with the work that you did up there. I appreciate you going up, making sure that there was nothing improper taking place on that site. Certainly, I think that having your presence up there may have prevented them from moving forward with construction, which may very well have happened had you and your staff not gone up there. So again, I thank you for the work that you did. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And even that
And
statement.
the last thing I'm going to say, by the way, Commissioner Glassman, is if I choose to reach out to the city attorney, as Vice Mayor said, in real time, when statements are being made, that is my privilege. I can do that. So again, you have a habit of trying to tell me what I can do and what I can't do. And I would remind you once again, I no longer work for you. I can do whatever the hell I damn well please.
Yes, you certainly can. But when I feel that it is untoward, and when I feel, I'm not telling you what you can and cannot do. Trust me, you can do exactly what you want to do. That's not my point.
And I will.
Look, I don't think anyone has any doubt that you'll do exactly what you want to do when you want to do it. You've made that very clear. But I will tell you that when I find behavior that puts the city in jeopardy or at risk, I'm going to just bring it forward. So I don't want, I'm sorry that you feel the way you feel. This is not abuse. I've already told Rhonda and John how much I appreciate their work. But this was a serious breach. And you can act all innocent like you don't know what's going on. But we know what's going on, Commissioner Herbst. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let us move forward with commission reports. Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Would like to share some information of some privilege that I had over the last 2 weeks to be able to attend some events. We, the city of Fort Lauderdale, we had gifted or granted, it would be the proper word, awarded a grant to the Delta Educational Life Development Foundation, better known as the DELDF. And they host their annual, biannual report to the community on June 24th. It was held at and hosted at the L.A. Lee YMCA Mizell Community Center. During the fiscal year 2021, the city, we did award them a grant. They are a nonprofit 501c3, thank you. My belly is just so unsettled right now. Tax-exempt public service and community corporations whose purpose is exclusively to focus on educational, charitable, and community service. The Broward County Alumni Chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is their primary service of delivery partner. I want to share the impact that they had on our community. There was a report of 2,233 youth that was served through their services, 203 families that were serviced, 67 scholarship recipients, a total of $187,000 given in scholarships that was awarded, 6,700 books that were distributed, and then also 65 local businesses that were supported. At this event, Bertha Henry was the guest speaker, and we, the city of Fort Lauderdale, was presented with a beautiful plaque. Woo-woo. For our awarding of a grant for them to continue their services to the community. I am excited when an opportunity is embraced, allowing for partnership and collaboration of benefits that yields strategic and internal navigation, routing, and rerouting the trajectory of many individuals, District 3, and the city of Fort Lauderdale overall. I want to say thank you to DELDF, the chairperson, Deidre Durham, and her committee for their passion and hard work. Also acknowledging their newly elected chair, who is Cassandra Atterbury. It is my endorsement that we continue to embrace and financially support this initiative and the efforts of DELDF. So we have this. I don't know if it goes in your office or my office, but during the meeting, we're going to keep it right
Go in
here.
the closet right now until we find a place to move to.
Oh, okay. So with that being said, thank you again to the Deltas for their support in our community and overall for the city partnering with the Deltas as well. I want to share with you that on June 23rd, along with my colleagues, we engaged in FEMA training, which was very, very educational and gave us a lot of knowledge of how the process is to prepare for events of emergencies. That was something I was really pushing for, and I thank the fire department and all those who were a part of making that happen. Also, I want to recognize that on June 26th, in the community of Melrose Manors, with Colonel Dobbs and the HDR company. They came out and they gave us a presentation and also allowed the neighbors to give input regarding those areas that are low-lying where water is always standing regarding to the floods. So it was a very productive meeting, and we are looking forward to a design coming forward and a continuous communication with HDR as well. Also, on the 29th of June, thank you, this was exciting. We noticed and participated, I should say, in the groundbreaking for our new police station. Our colleagues, all of us was there taking part in that particular event. Also, lastly, as a board member of the Continuum Board, Care Board, I did attend that meeting on June 28th. So right now, that's all I would like to share. And as I always say, I am truly grateful and honored to be working in this capacity, to be an advocate and a voice for not only District 3, but for the city overall. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So on Wednesday, June 21, had an excellent meeting with all of the stakeholders in the Himashi Entertainment District. As you know, we talked about this at our goal-setting workshop. This is a part of our city that really needs some attention. We really need to do all that we can, especially with the improvements coming along Broward. But that used to be an entertainment district that was thriving 24/7. People would go to lunch, people would go to dinner, people would walk to the theater. So they're crying out for some help, and I think that we need to do all that we can. And I'm glad we had the discussion during the goal-setting workshop, but it was really good to meet with that entire community there along the Himashi Historic District. Then that afternoon, Wednesday the 21st, Mayor, you and I were both at the Flagler Village pump station groundbreaking of that $3.6 million project. And that's something that is greatly needed in that very growing area of our city. That evening also, Flagler Village Civic Association had its membership meeting. On Thursday, June 22nd, I did participate in that workshop that we actually had today, the virtual meeting for the Gateway US 1 at Sunrise Boulevard with FDOT. And that evening, I had the pleasure of actually speaking. Greg was there, as well as some other staff members, Alan Dodd and others. I think Carl Williams was there. We were at the Las Olas Beach Club condominium and spent several hours answering a lot of questions. So it was a very vigorous discussion. On Monday, June 26th, I had the pleasure of speaking with the Central City Alliance. That is an organization that comprises all of the neighborhood associations along 13th Street. So there are 4 of those. We had an excellent dialogue and came away with a really good action list for the Central City Alliance. On Tuesday, June 27th, was the South Middle River Civic Association. Then I participated in a really excellent meeting. I wanted to thank the city manager for setting that up. But as we know, the homelessness issue has been a real concern for many of us throughout the city. So I did have a really good meeting on that day with State Representative Chip LaMarca, city staff, Chief Judge Tudor, and also State Attorney Pryor, to figure out a way that we can all come together, that we can all do what it takes from our own agencies to really try and make a dent in that. And we had a really thorough discussion. We came away with some action items, and hopefully we will see some results that will basically be of help to our city with regards to the homelessness issue. On Wednesday, June 28th, was the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association. And then Thursday, June 29th, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, how amazing that we finally did attend a groundbreaking for the brand new police department headquarters. That afternoon, I also met with the neighborhood presidents, more than 20 of them from District 2, and those are always excellent roundtables where we come together and share ideas and just speak about issues that affect each of the neighborhoods in District 2. Always an excellent dialogue. On Sunday, July 2nd, I participated in the We the People Rally and March in Esplanade Park. Police estimates had it at about 3,500, some upwards of 4,000 people that were in attendance. The day started really, really well in terms of the weather. Then it did get quite nasty, but I will give it to everyone that hung in there. The rally continued in the pouring rain, and we actually did the march around downtown in the pouring rain. That was an excellent, excellent, excellent day. I actually met people that came into Fort Lauderdale from Mississippi, from Alabama, from California, basically the message was stop the hate, stop the hate. And it was an excellently attended, and the speakers were amazing. We even had Debbie Allen from TV and Fame, and Representative Escamani was amazing from the Orlando area.
Was there?
Excuse me?
David Hogg was there.
David Hogg was there from Parkland, yes. It was really a very inspiring group of speakers, and I was very proud to be on the stage with them and to also speak that day. I just wanted to say congratulations to everyone involved in putting on the 4th of July Spectacular on the beach. I have heard really just positive comments from people. I don't think my office or me personally has received even just one negative comment about how the day went on. People were really, really pleased with everything and just so happy to celebrate the birth of our nation. I think that's about it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sturman.
Four quick things. Colonel Dodd, are you in the audience? That's right there. Stand up for 1 second. I want to publicly thank you. He took his Saturday, his day off, not this Saturday, the Saturday before, one full afternoon, me and a delegation going through the entire city, looking at the infrastructure from pipes, sewers, the whole shebang. Thank you for your time. It was your day off. I do appreciate that. It was not lost on me. Number two, very briefly, Broward General has a new interim CEO, Aurelio Fernandez. I just want to welcome him. Number three, Mr. City, is Greg there? Yeah, I'm going to say publicly, we've spoken about this before, and I do want to say this just publicly for the record. I want to thank you for getting the agendas out earlier, but I have spoken to you, and I want you to please, the backup material exhibits are not coming out with those. So we've spoken already. Just want to ask you publicly if you could make an effort to include the backups and the exhibits at the time that the agendas go out. You don't have to comment right now. And the last one is, unless you want to comment.
No, we will do that, but I just want to say that we were trying to publish on Tuesday, and we found that because we were trying to publish on Tuesday, we were getting a lot of errors. So we're going to do our best to publish by Wednesday noon.
I understand. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So do your best. Thank you very much. And July 4th, I just want to mention one last thing about July 4th. Nice to see you, Mr. Mayor, joining us. He was on stage. Nice to see you in shorts. You're always so dapper the way you dressed, even though you even had sneakers. It was a great event. I do want to make one little comment. Traffic coming off of there, we need to do a better job coordinating with the bridge tenders. That ended up being a bit of a disaster.
You know, I agree with you because I sat in traffic for about 45 minutes, but I've complained every single year about this, and the state controls that, and they say, I'm sorry, but deal with it.
Well, we were there, and we had some of my staff was helping out too, and I was just hanging out there looking at it, and we had to go up to the bridge tender. They had the arm leaving it down, waiting to clear the bridge for like a half hour, and they could have. That was causing the gridlock, not helping it, causing it. They could have let the people leave while they were. It was. We need to have. Maybe we should have a point person on events for bridges alone.
You're right. I think we should do that, but I'm telling you, we've tried it in the past, and they're just so obstreperous in their reactions to what we. And plus, there were cars had broken down in one of the lanes, and finally, a police officer did show up and try to remove it. But that was narrowing because I left on 17th Street Causeway. I didn't go the other way, and that was also bottlenecking the traffic. So you're right. I mean. We could have done a better job. I agree with you.
Well, all in all, happy birthday, America. It was a great event. Thank you.
All right, just a few things. You guys have mentioned most of the other things. I did attend at Holy Cross Hospital. That's a conference that was put on by Fast Track Cities, which is an organization that does worldwide events. This was regarding ending the HIV epidemic, and I represented the city and presented a proclamation. Also, I was a panelist at a forum with the Haitian American Chamber of Commerce, and we discussed opportunities for Haitian Americans in terms of business opportunities. It was a very well-attended event at their chamber office. And you mentioned the groundbreaking for the police station. I just want to say that, not only was this, it was more than just another building happening in the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's all about, understanding the need for constant vigilance in our communities with regard to safety of our people, our tourists, our neighbors, everybody who works in our city, travels through our city. And I think that it's to be able to provide a first-rate facility for those that protect us, I think is number one responsibility for us as a commission. So I appreciate the commission for having approved the spending of the bond money that was approved by the public, and the additional money that was needed to complete it. For those that were concerned about the additional money that we had to agree to in order to complete this job, I just want everyone to look at the headlines that we read last week about the Hollywood police station. If you look at the cost per square foot for them and the cost per square foot for us, we're quite a bit less. I think it was 100,000 square feet for $84 million, and we're 200,000 square feet for 140-something million. So I'm assuming that we're comparing apples to apples, but I just felt that I just appreciate the commission moving forward on that, because that's an important aspect of who we are as a governing body. And Commissioner Sturman, you mentioned the holiday spectacular and the 4th of July celebration. Florida was a great guy, put on a great concert. He electrified the crowd. It was amazing. He had everybody hopping. I guess that's why they call it hip hop, because everybody was just jumping up and down. And everyone had a great time, met his family, his parents, his nephew, who also performed with him. And another great event. I want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for putting that together. Debbie, I know it was your last 4th of July. We're going to miss you. And we really appreciate the effort that you put into making that run so smoothly. And transportation and mobility, everybody all the staff members that helped make that a success. I heard nothing but great compliments from people who came from all over South Florida to attend that event. Tomorrow, I have the honor of going to Norfolk, Virginia. Why am I going to Norfolk? Because there's a change of command on the USS Fort Lauderdale, and they asked that the mayor show up. So there I go again. So the city manager and I are going to do an overnight to be at the change of command on Friday, after the ceremony there'll be a reception, and then we'll be back right after that. But we're very proud of our USS Fort Lauderdale, and very happy to be a part of that ceremony. Yes, you are. But don't send out any emails. Yeah, you can take over, please. And then there's an opening of a new restaurant on July 12th, Coppola's Restaurant, 3848 North Federal Highway. John, is that in your district?
Yes, it is.
Have you been there? Has it opened yet?
I have not been there yet.
Okay. And then on August 8th, opening of, I'm going to not pronounce this correctly, Pumarola at 620 West Las Olas. Is that a restaurant? Oh, is that that's the one behind the Performing Arts Center?
Exactly. It's right.
It's also an Italian pizza place, right?
Yeah, it's good. They have a couple of outposts all around, like Miami, and then even in Italy, and it's just really tiny, really small, but really, really nice people in there. And I checked it out once.
Okay, good.
Right behind the Broward Center.
They have great pizza. So, a couple things. I'm going to ask the commission if we could discuss perhaps moving the August 15th meeting to August 22nd. The reason is because, and we're not supposed to announce this yet, but I guess I have to do it. The Bloomberg Philanthropies and Harvard University, every year they have a conference, and the way you participate in the conference is by applying. I've applied 3 times, and it's for mayors to be able to participate in giving some instruction on how to be mayors, and probably some good guidance, I guess I could accept, and as well as hearing the advice of those who have been mayors for a while as to best practices. And so So the
You were accepted this time?
I was accepted this time.
On the third
yes.
time?
Yeah, third
Just,
time's the
just
charm.
like when you took the bar exam.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I passed it on the first time. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So anyway, so where was I? So as part of the program, they want to include two people on staff to participate, and we've so I've included Greg as well as my chief of staff Scott Wyman, and the first classes, they're Zoom classes. Is yours going to be Greg? Yours is still Zoom, right?
No, it's in person.
In New York.
Correct.
Right. So my in-person classes are a week from this Sunday, and then their in-person classes are in August, the week of our first meeting. So I'd like to know, I'm hoping the commission will agree to move the August 15th meeting to the August 22nd meeting.
It's a long thing. Yes.
Okay. Just
You could have said that in 2 words. Yes. let's
well,
move
but
it.
I just want everyone to understand the context.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Pam has to be mayor for that day. She has to be prepared.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no objection, that's great. Okay.
So we're moving the
moving it to the
August
22nd?
15th to the 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would also move the joint advisory board, the joint budget advisory board meeting.
So, so we have discussed with the BAB, and the BAB chair is confirmed that we can move it to September 5th, and that would be in time for all budget approval processes. September 5th, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Put your mic on, John. Oh.
No, I was just advising the city manager that we already have a joint meeting with the infrastructure task force scheduled for 11:30 that morning.
Right, so we would ask the infrastructure task force if they could meet on the 22nd. So they would be swapped.
Oh, 22nd of August.
22nd of August.
Okay,
yes.
great. Okay.
All right, so we'll have some joint meeting on the 22nd. Okay.
Yes, you will have back-to-back joint meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is Ben here? Ben, are you still here? Ben, folks, we need to make a decision on what we're going to do going forward with regard to the Las Olas parking garage. It's just getting worse and worse. And first, we had the issue with regard to the screening, and that still hasn't been resolved. For those of you who are not aware of what that issue is, the Las Olas parking garage on the beach is wrapped in a screening that was intended to somehow camouflage the parking deck, but it was supposed to be rust free. Well, it's rusted, and so that issue has never been resolved. Number one. Number two. Now the lighting doesn't work. So the screening is bad and the lighting doesn't work, and so you don't. It's not operable now, and we still have never accepted it. Correct, Mr. Spence. We've never accepted the parking deck. Correct.
That's correct.
So we have outside counsel who have represented us on it, but I think we either need to give them further direction or. Ben, tell us what your thoughts are on this, because it's really ridiculous that this thing has gotten this far and we've gotten nowhere.
Yeah, Mayor. If I recall, earlier this year, you brought the same concern up, and at that time, we reconvened with Interim City Spence on next steps. And since that time, we've met with outside counsel a few times and had some communications back and forth. I'd have to defer to the Interim City Attorney if there's any legal updates on it, but my understanding is that we're still kind of in the same review process.
What are your thoughts?
There are no updates from outside counsel. I've advised staff to start exploring other options with regards to representation on this matter.
We say it again, we don't have outside counsel?
No, we do.
We do.
We haven't had a response and update with regards to this from outside counsel. I've advised my attorneys to bring alternative options for representation in this matter to us.
So they're just not responsive to us?
It seems to be repetitive, seems to be asking for the same documents from city staff. So it doesn't seem, the matter doesn't seem to be moving forward.
All right, so if you could come back at the next meeting with recommendations with regard to that, because I just, spending all that money and it became iconic and people used to enjoy the lighting sequence on that building, and now we don't even have the benefit of that. And that, in addition to the screening, which is all rusted, I just think we need to do something. And if in the end we have to rip the whole outside of the garage off and rebuild it, then I'm sure they have insurance, and I'm sure we need to move forward on that.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's been way too long. It's
Yeah.
amazing that we just haven't had any action from our legal representation. It's just dragging on for years.
Okay, and that's it. I have nothing further. Mr. City Manager, do you have any report?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. So just wanted to say we're very excited to report that the S&P rated us AAA for stormwater bonds. This is a new credit that we've earned and received, and it speaks highly of our staff's effort to make things happen, and also of all the processes we have in place. We thank our commission for trusting us, and we look forward to facilitating the storm water projects that we have on hand. I'm meeting with District Secretary, the new one for FDOT, Mr. Steve Braun, tomorrow. I'm going to discuss with him various items, and in that, I really would like to get more in depth with the Tunnel Top Park and understand what are the delays. I know we've missed 4 deadlines. This is their project, but we'd like to understand more so we could report that back. And we're also going to talk about
They're still pouring concrete. This thing was supposed to have been done in November.
Right, yeah, so want to understand more in depth. Want to also talk about other DOT pending items, as well as the new one today. Commissioner Sturman, thank you for that feedback. Want to see how we can improve the bridge operations after major events. It's very important. We'll bring back some updates. We will also bring back this evening a resolution within hours for you all to approve the change of date for the City Commission from 15th to the 22nd. Want to also give some highlights on the attorney search. So the Mercer Group continues with their search. The Mercer Group collected 11 applications as of June 30th.
So we lost 5?
Well, they collected 11 new ones. So they contacted the 16 that HR had earlier received, and only one indicated interest in being considered for the position. So we requested the Mercer extend their job posting for an additional 2 weeks, and we're going to work with the Citizens Committee starting July 14th to review all applications received. So we will certainly have an update, a more comprehensive update for the August 22nd meeting. Just as the mayor mentioned, I will be out of the office July 7th and 8th. During that time, Ms. Susan Grant will be acting city manager. We'll be also presenting the USS Fort Lauderdale their gift. There was a gift that was requested, and we will be delivering that gift.
Has it arrived?
We are confirming that, the logistics for that.
Well, we're leaving tomorrow.
Right.
Does everybody know what the gift is?
No.
We had commissioned a tabletop replica of downtown Fort Lauderdale, and it was supposed to have been ready when we did the commissioning. It didn't arrive, and we understand it's now been produced, but it's in transit.
Correct. So we had it actually in Daphne's office for some time, and it was shipped, and we hope that it is there on time for that ceremony so the mayor can present it. And one last thing.
Will it fit in my big suitcase?
We'll make sure it does. And I will be out of the office from July 24th through August 2nd, and those are my updates.
Okay, Mr. Spence, do you have a report?
Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0118A, I'm seeking advice on the following matters. Alan J. Muir versus the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CACE 20-013481, and City of Fort Lauderdale versus Grace Community Development Corp. of Florida, Inc., case number CACE 20-014867, during the City Commission regular meeting of August 22nd, 2023, at a time to be determined. Present at the attorney-client session will be Mayor Dean J. Trentalis, Vice Mayor Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner John C. Herbst, Commissioner Stephen Glassman, Commissioner Warren Sturman, City Manager Greg Cheveria, Interim City Attorney Dwayne Michael Spence, Assistant City Attorney Robert Oldershaw, Outside Counsel Christopher Stearns of Johnson Esselmo, a certified court reporter from Bailey Etten Court Reporting. The estimated length of the session will be approximately 20 minutes. Do I have the...
Does that complete your comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further of the business of the City Commission, this conference meeting? There being none, that meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene in about 30 minutes. You want to do that now, or? All right, we can. All right, we'll do that. Well, let me see what the agenda was again. Hold on. It was a short agenda. I didn't see anything. All right, you want to do that now? Okay. All right, we're going to do the CRA meeting now. CRA meeting will now begin. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst?
Present.
Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman here.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
And Mayor Chair Trentalis.
Here. M1, motion approving the minutes for the June 6, 2023 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and M1 is approved. M2, a motion approving a $212,250 property and business improvement program forgivable loan, a $92,735 facade program forgivable loan, and a $97,440 streetscape enhancement program forgivable loan to 825 Progresso Drive. Anyone have any questions?
Mayor, I did just want to, and I'm very, very happy to move this item, and I wanted to thank Jay Adams for all of the incredible work over the years that he's done, especially with regards to historic structures and just adding really cool places to our city for people to enjoy. I just want to say thank you.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and that motion is approved, and thank you, Jay, for all the great work that you do wherever you are. I don't know where you are in the audience.
He's right up
there.
there.
You are. R1, resolution authorizing budget amendment, reappropriate $400,000 for related Fat Village LLC for the gallery at Fat Village project. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Any questions? There being none, please, Mr. Lockery signed up just for questions, so please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and that resolution is approved. R2, a resolution approving an increase of $400,000 in Development Incentive Program loan funds to related Fat Village LLC for the Gallery at Fat Village project located at 600 Andrews Avenue. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Anyone have any questions? There being none, I have a question. Mr. Lockery, where are you? When is this going to start? Please specify.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Robert Locker on behalf of the applicant. Pleased to say that with this approval tonight, if it so comes, we've got one outstanding item that needs to get recorded in order to get our county permit, and then we'll be right back to the city for a building permit.
And that's going to take how long? Where's the building official? No, just kidding. Okay. All right.
Give me a date.
6 months.
As quickly as we can, is what I'm being told. Patrick Campbell.
Hello, Mr. Campbell.
Hi, Patrick Campbell with the Related Group, 2850 Tiger Tail Avenue, Coconut Grove, Florida. It looks like it should take a couple of days, and we're geared up to start before the end of July, if not the beginning of August.
Okay, great. Okay, within 30 days?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank you. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency amending Resolution Number 22-16, approving an increase in funding from $1,500,000 to $1,900,000 to Related Fat Village LLC for the Gallery at Fat Village mixed-use affordable housing project located at 600 Andrews Avenue, providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and that resolution's approved. Thank you very much. Any further business of the CRA? Clarence, anything more? No? Okay. This meeting is now concluded.
What time are we coming back?
In 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Thanks.